Thanks, Erin. Good morning, everyone. I echo Erin's thanks to all of you for braving it on a rainy Friday. I had to break out my own rain boots. You know how it is in Washington when it rains, it gets a little bit harder to move around. My name is Alyssa Ayers, and I'm Dean of the Elliott School here. It is a great pleasure to welcome you all to our symposium this morning on the discussion of the past, present, and future of missile defense. 40 years ago, President Ronald Reagan called upon American scientists to develop a capability that would render nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. Shortly thereafter, the United States established the Strategic Defense Initiative, SDI, a program dedicated to the development of advanced technologies for defeating ballistic missile threats. SDI involved research into both land and space-based missile defense technologies and spurred intense debates concerning the feasibility of the technologies required and their potential impact on strategic stability and arms control. 4 decades after SDI's establishment, the Cold War is over, but we're once again confronted with a variety of missile threats from China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. And due to increasingly sophisticated missile systems and emerging technologies with missile defense applications, it's an opportune time to discuss SDI's legacy and the future of missile defense. So some important questions that we should consider, and we will consider in today's discussions, include: should the United States pursue missile defense technologies to defeat missiles in all phases of flight? How are emerging space technologies affecting the missile defense landscape? How do U.S. missile defense capabilities affect the strategic calculus of China and Russia? And what are the implications of expanded missile defense for arms control? Those are just a sampling of the issues under discussion today, and they reflect the long Elliott School tradition of recognizing the major impact of science and technology on international affairs, from energy production, including nuclear technologies, to artificial intelligence, to innovation and economic development, to the upper reaches of our universe in space. We believe that the urgency of today's global threats, like Russia's war in Ukraine, a climate in crisis, and cyber and other digital concerns, increasingly require international affairs practitioners with strong backgrounds in science and technology. And the Elliott School has been a leader at the intersection of S&T policy and international affairs for decades. In the 1970s, GW, alongside the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, pioneered the development of academic programs and research institutes that integrated these fields. This past year, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of the creation of the GW Institute for International Science and Technology Policy, the GW Space Policy Institute, and our Master of Arts program in International Science and Technology Policy. And like other research institutes at the Elliott School, the Space Policy Institute has taken advantage of our unique location here, as you can see, to attract distinguished faculty and researchers who are at home with both scholarly work as well as practical policy making and management. And a great example of how we combine scholarly work with practical policy making is this partnership between the Space Policy Institute and the RAND Corporation, which is a federally funded research and development center with a long and distinguished history of advising the U.S. government and allies on defense and space policy. Today, that partnership has brought together 3 distinguished panels to discuss the past, present, and future of missile defense. The first panel consists of current and former defense officials from the United States and the United Kingdom, as well as historians who are going to address the evolution of SDI and its impact on geopolitical developments in the last decade of the Cold War. We look forward to hearing about new revelations from Russian archives that are changing our understanding of the Soviet perspective on SDI. We'll then move to a second panel that includes both scholars and former policy practitioners who will talk about the present state of missile defense technologies and the challenges associated with increasingly sophisticated missile threats from China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, among others. This is an especially timely subject in light of Russia's employment of a wide variety of missile systems in Ukraine. And last, the third panel will feature technical, arms control, and regional experts who will discuss the future of missile defense, both for strategic and regional missile threats. They'll consider not only what might be technically possible, but also the geopolitical implications of emerging missile defense technologies. 40 years after Reagan's SDI speech in 1983, these experts will also comment on how the missile defense environment is both similar and different to the U.S. situation at the end of the Cold War. Now, before we move to all of these panels, I have the pleasure of introducing the Honorable Mallory Stewart, the Assistant Secretary for the Bureau of Arms Control, Verification and Compliance, or AVC, as I'm sure all of you here know, at the U.S. Department of State. She has had a long and distinguished career working on nuclear, space, and missile defense issues in multiple presidential administrations. You have her complete bio in your program packet with you. I'll just cover some of the highlights so you're aware of her distinguished history here. She has joined the ABC Bureau at State in 2022 after serving as a special assistant to President Biden and senior director for arms control, disarmament, and non-proliferation at the National Security Council beginning in January 2021. Prior to her term at the NSC, she was the senior manager for global nuclear security and non-proliferation at the Center for Global Security and Cooperation at Sandia National Laboratories. While at Sandia, she helped lead Sandia's Cooperative Monitoring Center in its efforts to facilitate scientific engagement for global security. From 2015 to 2017, she was Deputy Assistant Secretary for Emerging Security Challenges and Defense Policy in ABC. And before that, she was an attorney advisor in the Department of State's Office of the Legal Advisor from 2002 forward. During that time, she worked on legal issues related to non-proliferation sanctions, weapons of mass destruction and conventional arms control, missile defense and space in the Office of Non-Proliferation and Arms Control. She was a recipient of the Secretary of State's 2014 Award for Excellence in International Security Affairs. She's also worked as a non-resident fellow at the Stimson Center, an adjunct assistant professor at Georgetown University's School of Foreign Service, and as an associate at the law firm of Sullivan and Cromwell. She holds an AB from Harvard College and a JD from Stanford Law School. What better experts to tell us about strategic defense, missile defense? Thank you, Mallory, for joining us today.
Thank you, Daenerys, for that very kind introduction and for the invitation to speak here today. I also want to recognize the work of the Space Policy Institute and the RAND Corporation for organizing this important conference. The Arms Control Bureau is the lead State Department bureau for missile defense policy, as well as national security related outer space policy. As we know, these two issues are deeply intertwined, but what some may not know is how intertwined the origins of missile defense are with arms control as a whole. To commemorate the 40th anniversary of the SDI, I've been asked to reflect on a few key highlights of the past and the present of US missile defense policy, but I greatly look forward to watching your panels today and to diving into the meat of the past, present, and the future of missile defense. On March 23rd, 1983, President Reagan concluded a televised address from the White House by posing the question: what if free people could live secure in the knowledge that their security did not rest upon the threat of instant US retaliation to deter a Soviet attack? That we could intercept and destroy strategic ballistic missiles before they reached our own soil or that of our allies. President Reagan then challenged the scientific community to come up with the answer by researching capabilities to defend American lives rather than simply avenge them. That challenge formed the basis of SDI. In his interactions with Mikhail Gorbachev, Reagan offered to share the details of SDI as part of his pursuit of a blockbuster nuclear arms agreement that would reduce offensive strategic arms on both the US and Soviet sides, ultimately to zero. In this regard, SDI was seen as critical to achieving a world without nuclear weapons. With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the impending cuts to the US defense budget, President George H.W. Bush authorized in 1991 a scaled down global protection against limited strikes, or GPALs, in an unrequited attempt to bring the Russian Federation to embrace strategic defenses, this time against rogue regimes. This refocus was influenced by the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, especially nuclear, and their means of delivery at increasingly greater ranges and precision. The next significant milestone in the evolution of US missile defense policy was President Clinton's further emphasis on theater missile defense, and later to a 3+3 and then a 3+5 Homeland BMD program, with the signing of the Bipartisan National Missile Defense Act of 1999. At the turn of the century, the continued proliferation of WMD and long-range ballistic delivery systems led President George W. Bush to withdraw from the ADM Treaty in 2002 and to begin initial deployment of the ground-based mid-course defense system at Fort Greely, Alaska and Vandenberg, California in 2004. President Bush also signed legally binding agreements with Poland and the Czech Republic to deploy the so-called third site architecture in those host nations. Subsequently, the Obama administration's 2009 European phased adaptive approach replaced the third site agreements and led to, among other US NATO-based deployments, the US Aegis Ashore sites in Romania and Poland. Obviously, it's impossible to do justice to the 40-year history of US missile defense policy launched by the SDI in only a few minutes. But I hope this overview helps set the stage for some of the important conversations today. From my perspective, a key legacy of the SDI is that it did not aim to achieve a unilateral strategic advantage. President Reagan hoped it would enhance strategic stability and reduce the risk of nuclear war, both with the Soviet Union and as a deterrent against a rogue regime or a madman who would seek nuclear capabilities. US missile defense policy was and remains a defensive proposition. Indeed, from my days as an attorney advisor at the State Department working on the EPAA basing agreements to my time at the NSC and ultimately in the Arms Control Bureau, there's been remarkable consensus in Washington on US missile defense policy and programs. It is also important to recognize that despite early and enthusiastic disagreements, consensus on US missile defense policy evolved. And today there's mainly bipartisanship across both Democratic and Republican administrations and across the aisle in Congress. I believe this domestic bipartisanship, as well as international consensus and cooperation on missile defense, should not only continue, but also be strengthened due to the increasingly challenging security environment. So in transitioning from the past to the present, we recognize that offensive missile capabilities continue to evolve in complexity, capability, and capacity. For example, the PRC, Russia, the DPRK, and Iran are developing and deploying greater numbers of missiles with increasingly greater ranges, accuracy, velocity, lethality, reliability, and sophistication, including countermeasures. Furthermore, adversary threats are qualitatively challenging with the deployment of multiple reentry vehicles, warhead maneuverability for evasion, depressed or lofted trajectories, and mobility for survivability. The scope of today's as well as tomorrow's broader challenges specifically include advanced delivery vehicles, such as hypersonic glide vehicles and potentially hypersonic cruise missiles, and threats that could be maneuverable enough to present a 360-degree threat. Offensive missiles also remain a tool of coercion. During 2022 alone, the DPRK accelerated its ballistic missile flight test program by launching 69 ballistic missiles, including 8 ICBMs. Thus far in 2023, the DPRK has also flight tested 17 ballistic missiles, including 3 ICBMs. The latest on April 13th, which their state-controlled media reported as the initial launch of the Hwasong-18, a 3-stage solid propellant ICBM. Turning to Iran, Tehran's arsenal of ballistic and air-breathing systems threatens all of the Middle East, including Gulf Cooperation Council states and Israel. And their 2,000-kilometer medium-range ballistic missiles are currently capable of targeting southeastern Europe. While Iran is not capable of striking the US homeland, progress in Iran's space program could shorten a pathway to an ICBM because, as we know, space launch vehicles use technologies identical to and interchangeable with ballistic missiles, including longer range systems such as ICBMs. The main takeaway from these developments is the threat is growing, and the need for integrated air and missile defenses remains strong. That said, I want to emphasize that today's US Homeland VMD system is designed only to address ICBMs from rogue states such as the DPRK and potentially Iran. Although the United States retains the right to defend ourselves against any source, Russia's as well as the PRC's numerically large and sophisticated strategic nuclear forces are capable of saturating, circumventing, and deceiving or ultimately penetrating the numerically limited US Homeland Interceptor inventory. Contrary to Moscow's and Beijing's claims, US Homeland and regional BMD deployments, such as Aegis Ashore in Romania or THAAD in the Republic of Korea, are not designed to be capable of undermining Russia's or the PRC's strategic nuclear deterrence. Relatedly, the preamble of the New START Treaty, in addition to recognizing the existence of the interrelationship between strategic offensive arms and strategic defensive arms, and most importantly, it notes, quote, current strategic defensive arms do not undermine the viability and effectiveness of the strategic offensive arms of the parties. The United States depends upon the survivability, effectiveness, and credibility of its strategic nuclear forces for deterring Russia and the PRC. In this regard, I have no doubt the future will continue to resemble the present. Another important legacy of the SDI and a consistent element in all subsequent missile defense policy initiatives is the recognition that international cooperation constitutes a force multiplier for regional stability. With the State Department's support, DoD programs of cooperation with allies and partners have been a vital element of US regional security strategies in Europe, the Middle East, and the Indo-Pacific. The development and deployment of comprehensive, effective, and interoperable, multi-layered integrated air and missile defense architectures with allies and partners remains a key objective of our missile defense policy. The importance of our alliances and partnerships is an unwavering principle in the President's national security strategy, DoD's national defense strategy, and of course, the Missile Defense Review. To that end, the State Department plays a key role in working with our allies and partners in implementing the 2022 MDR by advancing missile defense cooperation efforts in delaying, hampering, and/or denying the spread of ballistic and air-breathing systems, as well as WMD, prohibited by non-proliferation agreements and arrangements. From the Biden-Harris administration's perspective, our network of alliances and partnerships now and in the future is essential for our national security and a critical element in our defense against intimidation, blackmail, coercion, and aggression. Let me conclude by ending on one more legacy of the SDI that remains particularly relevant to our work today. In his SDI initiating address, President Reagan noted his commitment to the mutual reduction in nuclear weapons. He noted that his announcement could, quote, pave the way for arms control measures to eliminate the weapons themselves. Since then, my bureau has worked on the dual paths of deterrence and arms control, as Reagan described. Only by combining our deterrent capabilities with the broad suite of arms control tools can we enhance our collective security and hope to achieve the long-term stability that we're all hoping for and working towards. Thank you, and I look forward. I hope I have a few minutes to answer questions if that's okay. Thank you very much. Got it. Mike in the middle here. You can introduce yourself and ask the question. Oh, there's a question. I didn't see anything controversial enough.
Okay. Always be mistrustful of a question from the back of the room. So with the creation of the U.S. Space Force and the Missile Defense Agency is not in the Space Force, how has the creation of Space Force and those various doctrinal changes, Space Command, how has that affected how you look at ballistic missile defense? Big impact, minor impact, still too early to tell?
Yeah, I mean, as we know here very much in this community, the relationship between space and missile defense is quite close, right? The space assets ability to support, expand, and truly accelerate some of the performance capabilities for our missile defense abilities is really powerful. And so the Space Force has to work closely with our Missile Defense Agency to really understand how it can further expand and improve upon these capacities. So I think from our perspective, the State Department, we just ensure as much as possible close coordination and collaboration and interchanging sort of talking points and capabilities so that there's a complete alignment between objectives and accomplishments between the two. I think, you know, certainly the disruption or possible degradation of space assets is obviously something that our missile defense forces are deeply concerned about. And so to that degree, when the Arms Control Bureau is working with our Space Command and Space Force colleagues, we also are working with our missile defense colleagues to really understand how through normative encouragement, such as our resolution with over 155 states at the UN to prevent direct descent, ASAT missile testing that creates debris, how these kind of rules of responsible behavior development can both help our Space Force colleagues and Space Command colleagues and our missile defense colleagues and really work together towards achieving something that is synergistic with both arms control tools, with our space assets, and with our missile defense capabilities. Yeah, please.
Hi, my name is Mallory. Thank you very much for these really interesting opening remarks. So I have a question on the allied and partnership aspect of this. So how have you felt like allies and partners have maybe changed? Is there a change in the perspectives that they have on missile defense? Are they more open to missile defense cooperation? And what do you see as the major obstacles in realizing the regional integrated air and missile defense objectives as stated in the missile defense review? Thank you. That's a lot of questions, sorry.
Sure. Thank you. In advance of the missile defense review, the State Department and our Bureau in particular was involved in the outreach to all of our allies and partners to ask some of their perspectives on these questions and get a sense from them, their thinking, their threat perceptions, their positions on missile defense across the board. And it really did inform a lot of the sort of newer concepts that were in the MDR this year. So we got over 20 responses. We were able to incorporate that into our policy and continuing to cooperate with those countries, especially that we work on with our missile defense capacities, to really understand what their concerns are and what their threat perceptions are, and really where we can prevent greater insecurity in contexts in which the perception of our capabilities may not be sufficient. But what I will say, one of the biggest challenges we face in the missile defense arena, and quite frankly across the board with respect to many of our arms control activities, are the false and disinformation that both Russia and to a lesser degree the PRC try to put forward about what our missile defenses are doing, how destabilizing they are, and this misperception that somehow they're directed at Russia or the PRC, I think is something that we really have to be very careful to explain, because it has been, somewhat challenging for partners and allies to appreciate that our missile defenses are not destabilizing, that by having missile defenses, we're not in any way bucking our ability to engage in greater arms control conversations. In fact, historically, we've seen that Russia has been pragmatic on their willingness to discuss arms control with us, even though they can consistently claim, the missile defenses and our missile defense capabilities are a thorn in that conversation. They've still been able to conclude, for example, New START in the face of expanding missile defenses and missile defense capabilities in the European region with the phase adaptive approach. Even in the demise of the ABM, we were able to move forward with additional arms control that very next year. So I think one of the biggest challenges is making sure that there is an accurate perception of what our missile defenses do and do not do. Oh, sorry. I know that. Hope everyone can hear me. I tend to be quite loud, so I ignore microphones. But I think there's a lot of challenges, of course, that we face right now, but that's one of the most significant challenges. Thank you for the question.
Sure. I'm Jim Bonomo from RAND. I would like to return to your last point about reducing the number of nuclear weapons and defenses, making a safer world. You always have a problem, of course, when you reduce weapons and you have a finite number of interceptors. At some point, there's instability there, or threatened crisis instability. How would you imagine dealing with that? Over.
Absolutely. And I want to clarify, from my perspective, arms control is not about just reduction of nuclear weapons. If at this point, if it's about reduction at all, it's about stability. It's about making sure we can fill in the holes in our deterrence capabilities, right? So my last point about combining deterrence with arms control is really about addressing those gaps and challenges that we may not be able to address through deterrence and defense mechanisms alone, such as debris in outer space, such as disinformation, right? And the arms control toolkit's ability to create rules of responsible behavior in gray zones and to address transparency, to counteract numerous disinformation narratives. But to your point about reducing weapons, there certainly is a mindfulness, not just in the arms control community, but in the defense community across the entire deterrence arena, of making sure we're focusing on the right weapon systems to protect ourselves, that we're focusing on the important defensive capacities and not engaging in an arms race or a pure, our potential adversaries have this, so we need this as well, right? That kind of analysis is more in the arms race camp than what we're trying to achieve, which is a more comprehensive national security capacity, a really more reasoned and I think effective defense and deterrence capability. And so arms control needs to fill the gaps of deterrence, but also explain why nuclear security, potentially weapons reduction, if the environment is right and with appropriate verification and not unilateral weapons production at all. If those help our national security and if they can achieve a greater global stability. And so that's really the objectives of the Arms Control Bureau. So thank you. Good clarification.
Thanks.
Oh. Yeah.
Thanks so much for your remarks, Assistant Secretary. I wanted to return to your previous point about the US-led confidence building measures on no ASAT tests. It was appreciated seeing the initiative. And of course, there's a different current led by Russia and China for a legally binding treaty. But I'm wondering if you could talk a bit more about how this has been received by US allies and others, and what the plans are going forward to get further buy-in from people, and sort of what are the plans over the next few years?
Yeah, absolutely. I am very excited about that initiative, so I'm glad you raised it. We understand some of the motivation behind the legally binding treaty that Russia and China have been pushing for many years. The challenge is in this arena, especially in the space, opacity. We're not sure how folks are defining the terminology that they're trying to lock into those legally binding treaties. We don't have a common understanding at this point or an accepted approach to what is a weapon and what are the confines or parameters of a treaty when you don't understand and you don't have a fundamental agreement at a very basic level as to what it would cover and entail. For example, questioning to China and Russia as to whether it covers their land-based, ground-based ASAT capabilities have gone with mixed messages. And so our effort in this normative approach is to try to come to common understanding as to what is responsible behavior. The first step being this ASAT testing moratorium of Earth to space that creates debris, because debris is a common challenge we all face, and we can very much attribute and even use a verifiable means of tracking ASATs that do this. So we're trying to work in the realm of normative development to get to a place where everyone can agree on what responsible behavior is and move forward to continually define that space. And the very important point is this does not preclude a treaty in the end game, right? We could develop, and I hope we do, a body of well understood norms of responsible behavior that we all engage and we all agree with that ultimately can be put into a treaty. But our concern is that if you dive into a treaty without a common understanding of what that treaty covers, you have really a flawed product that you may not be able to fix. And we've seen this in other arenas, for example, the nuclear ban treaty, but put that aside for another day. So I think what we're trying to do is really try to push forward from that first ASAT resolution. And that was, I'm very proud, it was co-sponsored by Brazil. It had such partners signing on as South Africa and Egypt and numerous others in the non-aligned movement. And I think it's a really positive example of how we were able to incorporate their concerns, incorporate their perspectives into this norm and into the development of this resolution. And we will keep going. So we just had a positive consensus agreement in the UN Disarmament Committee up in New York, mission up in New York. We have a continuing process in the open-ended working group out in Geneva to put forward additional norms. In fact, we had 7 additional ones that we put forward in January this year. And so we really are trying to build upon this first resolution to expand and accommodate for a broader consensus on what responsible behavior is in space, hopefully to protect the long-term sustainability of the space environment, but also to improve and protect our national security space assets and our astronauts. And so really looking forward to a positive trajectory, again, on the normative approach to ultimately, hopefully, end up in some treaty that could be more effective. Now I must have said something because now there's questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Secretary Stewart, for your talk. I have Zhong Tian from George Washington University. I have a question about technology and the strategic intention. You mentioned a very important point is that US want to convey that the SDI is defensive and the missile defense is defensive. But my question is that some of the technology, especially some of the electronic warfare technology, so how do you censor a target and how do you countermeasure those sensors? Those technology can actually be deployed for both offensive and defensive purposes. So if the one country is can achieve very highly effectiveness in terms of defensive strategy, And I think it also means that its offensive capability was also very strong. So in this context of the technology can be used for both purposes, how did the US convey that its intention is defensive? Thank you.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a problem we experience in the arms control arena on a daily basis, right? Not just in the missile defense arena, talking about space capabilities, talking about synthetic bio capabilities, talking about the bio regime in general, and cyber and in AI. We just rolled out our declaration on responsible use of AI in the military context, again, because so many of these capabilities can be used defensively, but can also exacerbate potentially, or can speed up or challenge additional offensive capabilities. So it's a very good point, and it's something that I've heard a lot with respect to our missile defense programs. And so what we have been trying to do, and what I found interesting reading some of the history of the SDI initiative, is that President Reagan himself was open to sharing some of the underlying sort of technologies and research in an effort to sort of transparently display how we're using it for a defensive purpose. And even in our missile defense review, we put in this policy directive to try to work to understand where we can be more transparent, where we can address the concerns that we've heard about this dual use question. It's something that, of course, is it's challenging to other countries. If we just say this is purely defensive, don't worry about it. It's we're beyond the realm of trusting in many arenas, unfortunately. But what we've been trying to do in the policy context is address that concern through transparency, through direct engagement. And I would love to engage with the countries that have questions on this to see what we can do to address these concerns. Just as with respect to the missile defense capabilities of Russia and the PRC, I would love to discuss with them their own missile defense capabilities. I think, we could actually have a more productive conversation if we address these questions and see what we can do to resolve them.
Thank you. Yeah, just a quick question. I think that certainly in the past 40 years, one thing we have to admit, concede, whatever, that the geopolitical landscape has changed. And I think 40 years ago, the policymakers may have had a slightly easier task at trying to figure out what to do. Not that I underestimate you at all, but when you put this in the context of an effort to change the world order, and I don't think it's just an expression anymore. I think when you look at Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, and a lot of the other countries in Africa, South America that China has been cultivating a strong relationship with, we see a different dynamic. So in terms of what you're trying to do in the arms control area and that sort of thing, do you think it's really conceivable with our adversaries basically positioning themselves to change the world order? And arms control might be something out there, but they're pretty serious about what they want to do.
Yeah, no, it's an important question, because we are often confronted by the assumption that the arms control community would do anything that wasn't in the national security interest, which is absolutely wrong. The only reason we would engage in arms control mechanisms across the board, including in the normative deterrence frame, in missile defense, or in any arena that arms control covers, such as transparency and confidence building measures, crisis communications, prevention of misinformation and disinformation, we would only do it if it was in our national security interest. In fact, it happens to be that arms control is in the global security interest, including, most specifically Russia and China, because it prevents misunderstanding and miscalculation, and hopefully prevents unintentional escalation. So realizing we're in a different world time and a different sort of geostrategic and geopolitical forces, potentially more challenging than 40 years ago, I would just suggest that in the arms control space, we're very mindful of that. And we don't think that we can just, be completely transparent either unilaterally or even multilaterally and solve that issue. But what we can do is reduce the risk. And so a lot of our efforts right now are reducing the risk of miscalculation and misinformation, and reducing the risk of unintentional escalation. And the important point to take from some of that history 40 years ago is during the Cold War, when we were most at odds and tense with the USSR, that's when really much of our arms control was born. So it's not as if we have to wait for a better time to engage in arms control. We can see the positive effects of transparency, of confidence building measures, of basically eyes on to prevent destabilizing assumptions from escalating in an unintentional way. So certainly take your point that we can't assume arms control will change a very challenging environment, but what we do know is that historically it has been able to help right now in the heat of a potential conflict and a potential, again, historically a Cold War environment. It was able to help address one of the most destabilized relationships at the time. So going forward, we need to both use arms control to feed into our deterrence and defense capacities on the national security arena and to fill the gaps, but also help Russia again understand why arms control is in their interests, right? And I think the unfortunate and really unjustified suspension of New START is an example of how Russia may be losing its own understanding of how arms control is in their own interest. They want to know about us and we want to know about them to prevent this misunderstanding. So if we can really work to remind these countries of why arms control and risk reduction is in their interest, as it is always in our interest. We don't have to give anything up in these dialogues or exchanges. We can just explain how transparency helps all of us.
Hi, Masao Dahlgren, CSIS. Allies are a central pillar to the administration's national security and defense strategies. What lessons can we learn from the recent consultations with South Korea on nuclear deterrence and extended deterrence? I guess the second part of this question is, what changes, if any, should we see to MTCR implementation in light of all of the conventional developments among our allies? Thanks.
Yeah, so certainly good questions. And as the Arms Control Bureau is the policy co-lead supporting Undersecretary Jenkins and our Defense Department co-leads on our extended deterrence dialogues with the ROK, as well as with Japan, we take our extended deterrence extraordinarily importantly. It's a crucial part of what we do in the Arms Control Bureau, in part because we need to make sure that whatever we do across the board, our allies and partners have complete confidence, and especially our extended deterrence allies have complete confidence that we will protect them, that we are legally obligated to do so through our arrangements, and that we have a good sense of their security at the very forefront of our strategic planning. And so, the lesson that we learn from this is just how we can stabilize their concerns, right? How we can stabilize their threat perceptions through our conversations, through our commitments to them, especially in an environment which is becoming even more complicated as a result of Chinese behaviors. And so, I think actually the question is a lot longer to answer, but I do just want to get to your basic first point, which is, we are very much understanding what the threat perceptions are of our allies, especially in the region that's being destabilized by Chinese behavior. And we hope to utilize that, understanding to go to China and ask them, please explain to us how your, no first use policy is consistent with your massive nuclear program buildup. We have questions, and we've heard questions from our partners in the region, and especially our allies in the region. And so that's useful to us in trying to work towards stability and global security across the board. So we really build on those relationships and hopefully continue to strengthen them and inform ourselves with respect to our engagements. But there's a lot longer answer to that question, which we may not have time for here.
Ms. Stewart, we actually have a question online. This is from Pranav Satyananth. How do BMD capabilities of U.S. partners affect the deterrence and missile defense calculus of the United States? This question is in light of India's sea-based BMD tests last week. India has had a BMD program since the early 2000s, albeit with no deployed system.
I mean, it's all a really interesting overlap and patchwork of where our allies and partners are performing, where potential adversaries and other countries have capabilities. We really just are trying to understand across the board the map and the spread of capability and threats and the perceptions of threats. So all of it goes into the calculus when trying to address from the arms control model global stability, really understanding where things can be stabilizing versus destabilizing, understanding the capacities, asking the questions that really come from some of the dual use nature of these technologies, really trying to clarify where potential misunderstanding and misperception can be rampant. And so taking all of our allies and partners' capacities into account, taking the capacities of our potential adversaries into account, and really trying to stabilize where the threat perceptions could arise, or misunderstanding and miscalculation. So it is very much part of our effort to coordinate and understand, exactly how these capabilities could implicate stability in the region.
Thank you. My name is Tomoyuki. I'm from Japanese Defense Ministry, and I'm studying the security policy studies in Elliott School right now. My question is about cost effectiveness of the missile defense, because the debate of the missile defense is many benefits and downsides, and all the point makes points for me. But cost effectiveness, this argument about against the missile defense makes sense for me. And I want to ask you about what is a current debate inside the State Department or DoD about cost effectiveness of the missile defense, because there's a very cheap, relatively cheap countermeasure, including the decoys. So yeah, maybe it might be DoD issue rather than the State Department issue, but I would appreciate it if you have any opinion about this point.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have to, look at it all together with our offensive capabilities and our defensive capabilities. Very much agree with the preamble to New START and with our nuclear posture review that our, strategic offensive capabilities are intertwined with our defensive capabilities. So understanding how that play comes out from a State Department perspective, again, you're not wrong to think a lot of the, budgetary questions and the trade-offs are really discussed in the DoD arena. But from the arms control perspective, we do try to evaluate the entire mix and really see what we can do more productively to move toward national security. And I think it's not just a capabilities question we need to address. It's a narrative question. It's even a disinformation question as to how and when we can provide transparency and clarity on certain capabilities that may be destabilizing, how and when we can address the threat perceptions of our allies and partners to hopefully stabilize some of those regions and concerns. And so it's all a whole package. This is not a very, I think, I'm not getting into the nitty gritty in this, but it's definitely it's something that we very much think about on a daily basis, really trying to talk about the trade-offs. And you'll see that in the Missile Defense Review and the Nuclear Posture Review, and that some of the trade-offs that we've struggled with are reflected in those documents. All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Dana may have a question, actually. Yeah.
I was wondering if you could share some of the verification side of things, that how does new technology that's available today compare to and enhance transparency in what we're trying to accomplish in arms control and missile defense?
Absolutely. I'm very excited about the verification side. I think arms control, of course, is very dependent on verification and understanding what we can do, allowing us to further engage, not just in treaties that are verifiable, but even in normative and non-binding contexts, right? I think, one of the aspects that I deeply appreciate from our spacefaring community is the sharing of space situational awareness globally. We share more space situational awareness information than any other country. And I think it helps lead into a really productive conversation with our international partners if we all start from basically the same point as to what's going up out there, what we need to address, why debris is such a challenge, why there are other maneuvers and behaviors that are destabilizing or potentially lead to greater questions. And so the fact that we can see that more, and even in the verification realm that we're trying to improve upon in the nuclear arena, so that we don't have to have on-site inspections in the face of Russia shutting those down through our New START treaty, trying to understand what we can verify from other means is really helpful to understanding what we can engage upon with our potential arms control partners, and what we can do sort of multilaterally, even with those countries that don't want to provide transparency, what we could provide to the world, such as through space situational awareness, and lay a common sort of starting point for what we need to do to improve risk reduction and improve security conversations. So it's really important that we continue to develop our verification capacities. And I just got back from a trip to the national labs and seeing all the amazing work that they're doing to really shine a light on international behavior, shine a light on international sort of transparency and verification mechanisms, I think is really exciting for arms control going forward. Yeah, thank you. Oh.
Thank you. Jennifer Cannon, you mentioned a lot how you're working with other states to collaborate on tenets of responsible behavior in space, but I'm not sure you mentioned how you're working with the Department of Defense and Secretary Austin since they dictated those in 2021. So how are you working together with DoD to go forward on this? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's actually our very first call, right? We start when we talk about responsible behavior by working with our Department of Defense to understand what they are doing, what they are already doing. For example, in our declaration on the use of AI in the military context that was just rolled out by Undersecretary Jenkins in February of this year, we started by going to the Department of Defense and understanding what they have determined through the development of their AI programs to be responsible behavior, to sort of be necessary behavior to prevent some of the challenges that AI may add to the system. Certainly, there's been a long-held consensus in the US government that there should be no AI in the decision-making loop of nuclear weapons. And so bringing in, that there had to be a human in that loop in some way, bringing in sort of the behavior that Department of Defense has already determined to be responsible and to sort of prevent some of the disadvantages of the emerging tech development has been sort of the first step in figuring out what we want to go to the international community with. Because again, it's amazing to me how much, for example, in the debris creation arena, we've been minimizing in our Department of Defense, the creation of debris for many, many years. So starting from that basis, because they really have developed responsible behavior in our national security interest, helps us then to go to the international community and saying, we do this, we have learned the lessons that this is responsible, and it helps our national security. And in fact, in the unilateral commitment on the direct ascent ASAT testing moratorium for destructive ASAT testing, we made a unilateral commitment first, right? Vice President Harris rolled it out in April of 2022. We made the unilateral commitment before we even went to the international and multilateral arena. And I think that's a really good model for us because, of course, our military does perform at a very responsible level on all of these challenging areas. And in the gray zones, they try to perform extraordinarily responsibly. So taking that as a starting point and pushing that into our efforts to define responsible behavior in gray zones has been extraordinarily helpful. I know, I feel like I'm taking up panel time. Yeah, good.
Thank you so much. My question is about applying the success stories of arms control in the Cold War with the Soviet context, given that there's so many debates about the extent to which arms control contributed to the end of the Cold War. And when we're applying those success stories and trying to retain the relevance of arms control to the current environment, which is regionally different in terms of the balance of power, but also in terms of the new technologies that have emerged since then, including cyber and others, do you have any notes of caution when people try to transpose the Cold War context of arms control to the current context of great power competition?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we certainly recognize we're not living in that time. We're not in a bipolar, arena in which nuclear weapons are the only or the most significant weapon system we have to fear, right? We're now in a very much a multipolar arena. We have numerous arms race potential, if not arms race is already happening. And it's not just a very clear, set path that we were going down with the USSR. And I, certainly take your point that regionally, the parameters and the drivers of both threat perceptions and insecurity are very different across the global world, the global community. And I think it would be really unhelpful to think that we're in an environment that was really prevalent at the time of the Cold War. And so we can learn from what was successful, right? The risk reduction, the transparency, even in the height of a very destabilized relationship. And that's useful to learn from. But at the same time, we shouldn't say, okay, this worked here, so it'll work everywhere else, in the same context, because one, the context doesn't exist, it's not identical. And two, especially as you point out in the emerging security challenges domain, the emerging security the emerging technologies with strategic effect domain, it's very complicated and you don't understand necessarily, we don't understand even all the drivers and implications of how those technologies can exacerbate the situation. There's been a lot of talk about the democratization of these capacities, and we see, CRISPR technology across the board. We see amazing technologies in space, even by non-governmental players, right? And building that into how we need to work towards risk reduction and global stability going forward is very much a part of the conversation. So we're not in any way, I think, misled that we need to focus purely on governments or that we need to focus purely on one or two governments. I think it's a really comprehensive approach that we're trying to take to very different global and regional challenged environments.
Questions, so we're really grateful. Thank you, Secretary Stewart. Please
Pleasure.
join me in thanking.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to roll right into our first panel, and I think a lot of those questions on applying lessons from the Cold War really set up nicely for the discussion that we're about to have on the historical legacy of SDI, how it evolved over time, changing perspectives on its significance, both in arms control and broader geopolitical developments in the final years of the Cold War. So what we're going to do is have all of the speakers here give about 5 minutes of opening remarks, and then we're going to go straight into Q&A. So it's my pleasure to introduce Dana Johnson, who's the Director of International Outreach and Policy in the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering. Professor Asif Siddiqui, probably one of the foremost experts on Soviet space developments during the Cold War, professor at Fordham University. Anthony Eames, who's the Director of Scholarly Initiatives at the Reagan Foundation. And then Stanley Orman, who's a former senior UK defense scientist in the UK Ministry of Defense. So Dana, over to you.
Thank you. Everybody hear me? Okay. First of all, good morning. I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate on this panel. I think I'm very honored to be with a wonderful group of scholars here who have studied the evolution of SDI, the different perspectives involved in SDI. First of all, I must note, though, that my remarks are entirely my personal views based on my own experience and don't represent the official views of the Department of Defense or of my former employers, including the Department of State, RAND, and a few other companies. So, but anyway, I am very honored to be here and I very much appreciate the opportunity to participate. What I want to share with you is just, I got started in the space business early on, just prior to SDI. And so some of my experiences are going to be colored by my experiences with Rockwell International, which was one of the original companies working on SDI. In fact, in most of my career, I've touched on missile defense in one aspect or another, primarily from the space side of things, but it's all been very interesting. I was privileged to be able to participate in some of the early engineering studies conducted by Rockwell International, which was the company that built the space shuttle. Early on for the Strategic Defense Initiative organization while I was pursuing my doctorate at the University of Southern California under Dr. Bill Van Cleve. I joined Rockwell in 1981 as the only operations research analyst in the entire satellite systems division. It was basically because I had a liberal arts degree. I was a non-engineer, and so they figured, oh, she's an operations research analyst. Didn't know what that was, but anyway, I learned. So most of my work at Rockwell prior to SDI was focused on space surveillance and strategic missile warning systems, especially in this Cold War context of understanding space systems' contribution to strategic deterrence and nuclear forces. This was also the era of the modernization of the ICBM, the development of MX, otherwise known as Peacekeeper, prospects of nuclear winter as talked about by Carl Sagan and others, and the lack of progress in arms control negotiations between the United States and the Soviet Union, as Secretary Stewart talked about quite a bit. And for me, Rockwell was a fascinating place to be in, particularly for somebody with a non-engineering, non-science background. What I would do would be to look at how the policy was developing and how that would shape the kinds of satellite systems that our company was building. and how they would contribute to enhancing U.S. national security and deterring Soviet aggression. I was also privileged to be able to work at a corporate level in a group called the Strategy Working Group, led by a gentleman named Colonel Francis X. Duke Kane. And this was a unique government-sponsored forum that brought together experts to look at, to produce classified studies on nuclear deterrence, spaceflight, and ballistic missile defense, using complex modeling, simulation, and analysis of different scenarios. And with the onset of SDI, this became the Strategic Defense Working Group and provided analytical support and a strategic perspective to Rockwell's SDI engineering studies. Following President Reagan's speech in 1983, I participated in a corporate-led team to survey the different divisions of the company that were working on missile defense-related research, development, and engineering studies. We also met with scientists at the Rockwell International Science Center, which was the company laboratory for such technologies as advanced materials, particularly ceramics, infrared imagers, research in liquid crystal displays, and high-speed electronics. We were also tracking SDI policy that was coming out of the White House and the government to look at characterizing SDI as a long-term but intensive research and development or research and technology program, not a development and deployment program, but as a broad-based, centrally managed research effort to identify and develop the key technologies necessary for an effective strategic defense. Furthermore, SDI would initially focus on technologies for sensing and tracking attacking missiles, destroying attacking missiles and warheads, command and control, and survivability and sustainability. SDI was also going to explore technologies that might offer the potential to engage attacking missiles in any of their 4 phases of flight: boost, post-boost, mid-course, and terminal. And principal emphasis would be on technologies involving non-nuclear kill concepts. So for us at Rockwell and other aerospace companies, the government's emphasis was in capabilities pertaining to global full-time surveillance and attack warning, boost engagement, mid-course discrimination, high endo-atmospheric engagement, and interconnected and survivable systems management data processing. About that same time, Rockwell competed for and became one of the what they called racetrack contractors, supporting mission analyses and concept development studies for SDIO, which meant we did a lot of trips between California and Washington to brief SDIO project managers. A key aspect of our work, in our mission analysis work, was the requirement that our concepts would be compliant with all existing arms control agreements, particularly the Anti-Ballistic Missile Treaty of 1972. The treaty prohibited development, testing, or deployment of sea-based, air-based, or space-based ABM systems and their components, along with mobile land-based ABM systems. So for our engineers, the constraints inherent in the ABM treaty meant that while we could not develop an integrated layered architecture that would provide multiple opportunities to destroy missiles and their warheads before they reach their targets, we could look at developing subcomponents and technologies necessary for space-based missile defense. These subcomponents could be things such as miniaturized star trackers to orient a vehicle in space, guidance systems, sensors to collect data on rocket exhaust plume phenomenology, concepts for command and control or other technologies while still being treaty compliant. Furthermore, the treaty specified that should future technology bring forth new ABM systems based on other physical principles, such as directed energy, that could substitute for interceptor missiles, ABM launchers, or ABM radars. Specific limitations would be a subject for discussion between the US and the Soviet Union. So I left Rockwell in 1985 for another company, General Research Corporation, which conducted systems engineering and technical assistance studies for the US government, many of which focused on space system concepts such as boost surveillance and tracking system. Subsequently, I spent nearly 15 years at RAND doing mostly space policy and space support to military operations, and then joined Northrop Grumman in their corporate analysis center as the space and missile defense analyst. So I worked with the company throughout the company on space and missile defense activities such as the kinetic energy interceptor and the solid state laser part of the Missile Defense Agency's airborne laser program. And by then, the US had withdrawn from the ABM treaty. So we were able to talk about a full-blown concept of the system. So to summarize, I think I learned an awful lot back then when I was first starting out in the space business, looking at missile defense and things that I actually apply today, looking at the intersection between policy analysis, and engineering concepts, and how do we help engineers to figure out how can they meet national security policy. A lot of this helps me in what I do today, which is I run the international team for the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, where we are working closely with our allies on all sorts of different things, but mainly science and technology in support of national security policy. So again, thank you so much for the opportunity to participate, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Aaron, and thanks to the Space Policy Institute for hosting this. I hope you guys can hear me. So I was invited really to talk about the Soviet side of things, and so really, as I was thinking through this, I've been working on a project to really reconstruct the Soviet response to SDI, a lot of recently available sources. And as I was thinking about what to say, I say that one of the ways in which the Soviet response has usually been talked about is really whether that contributed at all to the Soviet collapse. These two discussions have been very intertwined. In other words, did Reagan's announcement in 1983 provoke the Soviets into a very sort of wasteful military buildup, and did that help hasten the collapse of the Soviet Union? I don't necessarily want to get into those questions, which are valid and perfectly reasonable to talk about. So I just wanted to say that before getting into it. In terms of the archives and things, what's available, there are basically a lot of declassified documents that are now available for historians to work with. There are also a considerable amount of memoirs, and finally, sort of official and semi-official histories by Russian, the Ministry of Defense that was published in the 1990s. So we have a lot of stuff to work with. And the basic gist of it is that, first of all, after Reagan's speech, it's clear that the Soviets were incredibly worried. This was clear in their public pronouncements, but now it's clear that internally they were talking about it quite a bit. They were worried that, rightly or wrongly, that this would enable a first strike by the United States, but more to the point, it might even enable the United States to attack ground targets from space. Again, that's sort of weirdly consistent to a lot of the material. In terms of what I can say about all this, what I can say is that basically three things. One is that in terms of trying to figure out what the Soviets did once Reagan made a speech in 1983. First of all, their response was very confused, ambivalent, and often contradictory. I found that initially there's a lot of studies about SDI. Is it efficient? Is it going to be effective? Etc. Those kinds of things. How expensive might it be? And we have some record of those studies. By about 1985, there's clearly a huge lobby within the military, but basically to mount a parallel SDI, if you will, a Soviet version of SDI, kind of a symmetrical response. And in July of 1985, they passed this massive government decree, which essentially calls for about 30 to 35% increase in the defense outlay over the subsequent 15 years. So a really huge spending kind of proposal that's approved under the codename Alpha. And this was essentially their sort of project, but within 6 months, this sort of falls apart because there's considerable discord and disagreement over why we're doing this, basically. And I'll get to that why in a little bit, but in early '86, they downgrade all of this. Essentially what happens is, in terms of thinking about what to do, a symmetrical response, asymmetrical response, they flip the two, and the asymmetrical response becomes primary in their discussion. In January '86, there's a big decision. Let's put our eggs in the asymmetrical response, and we'll do some symmetrical response, R&D, long-range stuff, but most of our eggs will be in the asymmetrical response, which is mostly ASATs and other things, decoys and things like that, which was much less expensive. And that was one of the things that they're sort of working through. And that's essentially, and so what the 4 programs they approve in January '86, they have sort of weird names. There's Conception R and Counteraction, which are the asymmetrical response, which includes lots of ASATs like Contact and Nariad and all that stuff. And then the symmetrical response, which is a kind of long-range R&D project, will plug scientists into this to try to figure out something in the next 20 years, really. That's called D20 and SK1000. And these 4 projects are essentially approved. Brings me to my second point. Why is there so much confusion? Why don't they have a unified response, which has usually been the case in the Cold War. There's a lot of cases where, the United States does something, there's a kind of discussion about it, and they kind of approve a parallel response. There's exceptions, of course, but, like the N1 project, which is a disaster for all sorts of reasons. They can't get their act together. But with SDI, what happened was essentially a couple of things happened. One was the cost issue was really a red flag to a lot of leading military officers. Marshal Akhmeyev, Marshal Sokolov, basically, documents suggesting that this is too much. We can't be spending this much money because they're worried that it'll divert money from both conventional weapons, but also nuclear strategic weapons. A second issue is that the scientific community is publicly saying, the physicists, basically, a bunch of leading Soviet physicists are saying Reagan's SDI is unworkable. This is the stupidest thing ever, and that they're doing this because it won't be 100% effective. That is. So they're saying this in public, and they also, in other words, that sort of trapped them in this sort of, I guess, a little bit of a cul-de-sac, because they had to also maintain that position in private, and they didn't think that. Now we know they were also telling the Soviet military that any kind of SDI on our version of it would also be ineffective. And so there's a huge lobby there essentially arguing that this is a waste of money. And I can go into later why they were able to essentially overturn a symmetrical response in the Q&A, but they were able to essentially mount a substantive argument against the symmetrical response that essentially killed that big project from the summer of '85. And finally, one of the things historians are finding out now, the third thing I wanted to point out, is that it turns out actually the Soviet Union was essentially engaged in quite a lot of SDI-like and SDI cognate projects already from the late 1970s. So in other words, they had all sorts of projects underway from about 1976 on that resembled many of the projects that Reagan actually proposed later on. So for them, this was a kind of, when Reagan announced this, they were like, we were already doing a bunch of this stuff. And so they were able to essentially, and that actually weirdly caused a number of problems, because a number of people wanted new programs and they wanted some novelty, but other people wanted their pet programs to continue. There's also dissension and discussion about these existing projects. So one of my goals is to really find out two things. What was the nature of their prior programs, but why? And I think, and I talked to Aaron a little bit about this, I think there was a perception already in the late 1970s of a US military buildup. For rightly or wrongly, there was a perception among high Soviet officials that the United States was engaged in a fundamentally different kind of military buildup under Ford and Carter. So there's that, and I think that also complicated the situation. I'll end with one last note. The budgets of the Soviet sort of defense budget basically have been released to the extent that we can trust them, because they're official figures and they're kind of suspect in many ways. It seems to me that the budget allocations from about 1980 to 1990, let's say, they don't show any kind of significant increase. I mean, there's a little bit of yearly increase, but there's no huge jump up because of Reagan. There's nothing, there's a kind of normative level of increase every year until about, it peaks out in 1989 and then it starts to decline. So make that what you will, but there is no kind of massive sudden budget allocation in 1985 or 86 because of these programs that are approved. I'll end here and I can go further.
I'll ask about interesting points you made. You might find that I agree with you on a lot of things. So my charge was kind of to give the historical context of SDI and the United States specifically. So I want to do this in a few ways. I want to talk about the state of the Cold War and the state of deterrence in March 1983. I want to talk about the purposes of SDI, and I want to talk about how one might deem SDI a success or a failure. We can get into the first thing is, in 1983, deterrence asymmetries are extremely acute. Right? So there's different dimensions to deterrence. There's a technological aspect. You have to make sure the missiles actually work. There's a psychological aspect. You have to make sure that President Reagan actually has the guts to launch a response to any number of Soviet leaders who might have launched a nuclear attack. There's the bureaucratic element that's kind of posturing deployments and authoring our greater nuclear posture. And then there's the social and political aspect, and that is really the key asymmetrical point in 1983 that the Soviets are driving at, right? It's driving massive unrest in the West, not just in the United States, but also in Western Europe and UK, to get those countries to disinvest from their nuclear capabilities. In the most obvious example of this is the nuclear freeze movement, which in 1982, once term elections, Catholic Church and Catholic bishops, they come out and condemn deterrence, condemn mutual assured destruction, condemn Reagan's nuclear arms buildup. And so the kind of social dimension is very acutely asymmetrical. There's also the deployments aspect, and that social dimension is linked to the deployment. INF deployments are coming up in November '83, but perhaps more acutely, specifically for SDI, is the deployment of the MX platform for Reagan's nuclear arms buildup and the broader program of peace through strength that's supposed to confront the Soviet Union. Communism, that thing is in total albatross from the Carter administration on. Not figure out, when I say they, I don't just mean Reagan, I mean pretty much anyone at the time, cannot figure out how to get these missiles balance in a favorable to the United States. And the Scowcroft Commission, which is bipartisan defense of luminaries, releases its report a month after Reagan releases or announces SDI to the world. So those two things are linked, right? And missile. Jumping into the kind of purposes of SDI. Well, some people would say it's to alter the offense-defense balance, to move away from mutual assured destruction. It seemed that no one in the United States was really particularly happy with mutual destruction as the paradigm at the time. And this would usher in mutual assured survival. And so essentially the kind of social contract of deterrence would no longer exist between the United States and the Soviet Union, but rather between the United States government and its own citizens, right? And the technology and will survive. Second is the economic dimension. I think this is actually a very underplayed dimension for SDI in the 80s. One that should be paid attention to as we move forward in developing new technologies for missile defense, confront hypersonics, confront the Chinese threat and the ever-present Russian threat. But the economic dimension is a lot of new scientific fields. There's a lot of new requirements, things like advanced computing, high-speed electronics, ceramics. You mentioned a number of them, Dana. And these things are really also extremely valuable to commercial economies in Europe, in Japan. Japan, of course, is high-tech behemoth that's eventually going to be bunch of the United States and economically. And so SDI essentially becomes this program where the US, by engaging its allies, can capture the high-tech, commercial high-tech economies of its allies and put them toward its economic warfare program, Soviet Union. And in so doing, it's also an industrial competitiveness program vis-a-vis its own allies, right? Because technologies developed under defense cooperation, subject to very kind of personal views along. Something to say about that. The third thing, and I don't want to take too much time because I'd rather get into Q&A. Ask about some of the things he mentioned is what would make SDI successful? Is it a perfect population defense? That's never going to happen. Now that's a line that's occasionally trotted out because Americans are really only supportive of SDI if it's as a population defense, but it's pretty much fundamentally impossible to guarantee perfect defense, no matter how technologically sophisticated it are. I think it was a colleague who said, you know, it's not a moonshot because the lunar landings have been defeated by a few hostile moon men with axes, right? So it's not man versus nature, it's man versus nature versus man in this case in terms of SDI. So how do you judge that success? Or is it to enhance existing concepts of deterrence? I consider point-based defense, relying on kinetic interceptors around MX ICBM silos. Calculus that you can actually wipe out US ICBMs. That actually is something that could have, you know, probably succeeded and changed the deterrence calculus. The third thing is I'm sure many in this room know about it in principle. It was discussed briefly earlier in Q&A, the NHTSA criteria. Three principles are: it has to work, it has to be survivable, and it has to be cost effective on the margin. That criteria, I would suggest to you all today, is a little different in how you might look at it today. China's economy, size of the US, depending on the measure you use, especially Russia, was certainly not the case with the Soviet Union and US. They actually afford to take a dollar loss on defensive systems to outpace Soviet ICBM capability. So those are the three things. I think whether or not it won the Cold War, talk about in Q&A.
I differ somewhat, I think, from the other panelists in the sense that I'm a scientist who wandered into SDI. I was a minister in the British Embassy responsible for all defense exchanges between the US and the UK when President Reagan made his famous speech. I didn't hear the speech originally because I had no heads up. Now, I had been working very closely with the OUSD-R&E, Dr. DeLauer, and I called him after I heard about the speech on television, and I said, why didn't you give me a warning? And he said, well, I didn't know anything about it until it happened, which indicates that it came completely on a cold field. It was heartily disliked, as you've heard, by the Soviets, but also by all the Allies. Nobody understood what was being asked at the time. I had just before coming to the embassy, I'd been working on a UK program called Cheveline, specifically designed to defeat the then Soviet ABM defense, which was a nuclear defense, which they had mounted. And I joined that in 1974. And it was a secret program, so secret that half the cabinet didn't know it existed. And before coming to the embassy, I had become the chief engineer of that program, signed it to go into service, and it was Britain's nuclear deterrent for about 15, 16 years. and came out here and heard about SDI. I saw enormous possibilities for Britain in SDI because we had been working to defeat a Soviet ABM defense. So we knew about defenses, how they worked, and their weak spots. And we thought this was a wonderful opportunity to work closely with the US, who were a very close ally. Now, because I'd been working previously on warhead programs, I was responsible for ensuring that the British nuclear offensive systems worked effectively enough to worry the Soviets, that I recognized we could use the capabilities which we'd had established through that nuclear program with very close liaison with the nuclear labs, your special labs that exist here. And I was able, with the help of the British ambassador, to work closely with the government of the day, Mrs. Thatcher. And I came back a couple of years after Reagan made his speech as the deputy director of Aldermaston. And in that position, I was asked to chair a Ministry of Defense wide view on, was SDI possible? Could it achieve anything, etc. I wrote that up as a formal report suggesting that Britain certainly got involved because with the presidential prestige, which was behind the introduction of SDI, it was obviously going to develop into a major program and we needed to get involved. It ended up with me writing a presentation for Margaret Thatcher, who agreed we should, and we became the first country to sign an MOU to work closely with SDI. And I was able to establish a group of working parties whereby British scientists and technologists could exchange technologies with the US through SDIO. Now, I stopped work. I became eventually the head of SDIPO participation. In other words, I was the Director General for British involvement in SDI. I got very tired of the opposition from most of the British politicians to participating in that program. And I actually had, which was a most unusual situation, talking one-on-one with the then permanent Undersecretary of the Ministry of Defense, who said to me, Stanley, you've got to stop pushing this cooperation with the US on ABM defenses. And I said respectfully, I'm doing exactly what Margaret Thatcher wants. She's always exchanging memos with me. And he said to me, it may be the Prime Minister's policy, it is not mine. This gives you some indication of the opposition within the political situation. And I came out 10 years early, emigrated to the US really to be a grandfather. My grandchildren were all born here. But at the same time, I was invited to consult with SDIO, as was, and worked very closely with General Fox, who'd been a deputy director at one time of SDIO. We kept on with that program, working on that program, and at 5 years before I came over here, 5 years after the program had been initiated, there was a review of SDI held in one of the big hotels in Washington. And I was the tame European called across to talk on it. And at the time, we were all then on a uniform program. Yes, we'd worked towards it. The meeting drew in about 700 technologists from all over the world. But what I noticed was it was technologists being interested, not governments. Since then, with General Fox, I've written articles reviewing SDI at 20 years, 25 years, and at 30 years. And each time we've asked the question, would Reagan be happy with the way things have proceeded? And I believe he'd be less happy as the years progress. And now at 40 years, I do not think he'd be at all happy. And we can go into it in the question and answer. But I want to close with one mentioning a recent article by General Retired Allen and another colleague in National Interest. And it was headed, US deterrence is failing. And he concluded with phrases which I have repeated again and again in articles. That is, adversaries must believe that you have not only the capability, but the will to use the systems you have to enhance your deterrence. Strategic art means convincing people that your deterrence can be effective and you're determined to use it. No action, we know, is no deterrent at all. I'll leave it at that.
So before we get into the Q&A, just one thing I want to emphasize. I've been in the UK National Archives more times than I can count, and I've read just about every declassified document that Stanley Orman wrote for the Prime Minister. And you can see when you go to the UK National Archives, Margaret Thatcher, she always used a blue pen and she would mark up just about everything that Stanley said. And then you can also read the memos where she's fighting with her government ministers who are pushing back on SDI. So it's quite a show to see in the archival record. So I want to kick off the questions. I want to ask you, Asif, I want to follow up to some comments that you made. I think something that comes out of your comments, if we stand back a little bit and we look at the situation regarding the military use of space in the 1970s, moving in the 1980s, what's emerging both from the Soviet archival record and the US record is that perhaps the 1980s wasn't such a radical departure from norms, that there's some changes going on in the 1970s. So can you talk a little bit about how the Soviets are changing their use of space for military purposes? What's driving that both from a technological standpoint, but also a political standpoint too? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I agree. I think there's something there that needs further study as in terms of. Thank you. Yeah, I agree, Aaron. I think there's something there about the timing of this, because we tend to focus on the 1980s, Reagan, etc., the military buildup. It's in the public imagination at least. I think in the 1970s, I'm speaking again from the Soviet side, and you can perhaps talk about the West or the United States. From the Soviet side, it's clear that the space shuttle was a particularly important turning point in their perception of military and intelligence, even space assets possessed by the United States. And that led a whole round of discussions in the mid-70s about what is going to happen in terms of their next generation of systems. So that's one thing that's happening. The second thing that's happening is that their systems, which basically fielded from the 1960s, were largely of, let's say, inferior quality compared to American systems. But by the mid-70s, they have a set of assets in space, both intelligence and an ASAT system that has essentially achieved a level of quote unquote maturity. In other words, they are at a position where they can start envisioning more advanced systems because they've mastered a set of activities in space. And so that allows them to really imagine what is the next step. And so combining both of those, a perception that the United States is about to militarize space and their own ability to think about more advanced systems. In the late 70s and 1976, 77, there's a whole bunch of discussions about what comes next. A huge number of organizations get involved. And many of these projects that are, they're essentially R&D projects, but they're funded and lots of people are involved in things that would actually fall quite well under Reagan's SDI, space-based, kinetic energy weapons, beam weapons, ground-based lasers, all sorts of things are integrated into a very large project called translated into English, it just says the word background. So this background project gets activated and it's quite large. And so by when 1983 comes around, they have to really think about what they've already been doing. But anyway, I do think that this actually warrants further study about both the perception of the Soviets about what the United States is doing and what the United States is actually doing, and the kind of relationship between those two things. And you, I think, could probably talk more about that.
Oh, thank you. All right, so for Q&A, same as before. If you have questions, just go ahead and add them back there. We'll bring the microphone to you.
We can hear you though.
Yeah. Anyway, apologies to everyone online. But absolutely fascinating panel. I really about Dr. Orman's work on penetration. In all my readings on the Soviet, in Soviet records, there's a tight linkage between the and missile defense. Oftentimes, the same people worked on these systems, the testing on the same range, and the budgets progress. Is that your impression of this defense development? How linked your office with?
We were very closely associated with it. So we knew obviously what the US were doing, but what was fascinating was the efforts the Soviets made at the time to monitor our tests. But what we were able to find in the end, when Gorbachev came across and talked to Margaret Thatcher, they had totally misinterpreted what we had done. We had taken the Polaris missile, removed one of the warheads and replaced it with what we called a penetration aid carrier, which took one warhead on that carrier and a multiplicity, I won't mention the names, of different forms of decoys. And that motored around in space and deployed the decoys and the warhead, and the other warhead deployed directly from the missile. Now, the Soviets had deduced that we had replaced the three warheads with 6 warheads. They thought we had 6 miniature warheads, but in effect, we did not. Now, later, when I was leaving that program, I was concerned that we didn't have any re-entering decoys. It was all outer space stuff. And I initiated a program in the UK before I went off to the embassy for a re-entering decoy. I was later able to use that in the SDI program because it came to fruition when I became the head of the SDI. And we used that for the US to work with this mixture of our extra atmospheric decoys and re-entering. And it proved very useful to the US in the SDI program. So the answer is yes, we were working the whole time with the US on the decoy program. And what we'd done actually, and it's worth mentioning, rather than make decoys mirror the ABM, we made the ABMs, sorry, not ABMs, the BMs, the ballistic missiles, to the warheads to resemble the decoys. So that was the way it worked. But we also had a lot of other assets in there, including chaff and so on, to confuse the radars.
Since we're on a roll with a question from online from Francesca, and she asks, why do you think there was this level of opposition against Thatcher? on political grounds, or could it have been because she was a strong character?
She's certainly a strong character. It certainly was not because she was a woman. The opposition was that the defense officials that were still in charge, and these are the civil service group that are around, had been instrumental in working out all the theory for MAD, mutual assured destruction. And they saw this issue of SDI undermining the MAD. It didn't really. But what was interesting, Margaret Thatcher, I believe, was the only leader that really understood what Reagan was aiming for, and even more, probably understood it better than Reagan himself. And that may be sacrilege, but she would come across and have meetings and really discuss in detail the transparency that was needed to avoid the Soviets getting too upset with the program, and how to play it as an R&D program and not as a deployment program. My own concept early on, when I wrote a book, it was called Faith in Gods. I was not aiming for the religious community. It was Global Orbiting Fence System. So it was GO.DO. And the concept was that if you really were to have an effective system, you had to be able to take stuff during the ascent and the boost and ascent phase, in addition to the mid-course and the terminal. The only way you could do that was by having satellites in space that were armed with interceptors. Only to intercept in space. I mean, they would not re-enter. They had no warheads. It was using the hit-to-kill concept. That was the only way you could have an effective defense, not against the multitude of missiles that could be launched, but if there was ever an accidental launch, or if some unscrupulous some unscrupulous organization decided to hand over capabilities to a terrorist group, and it's still possible. We never know what the ROK or the Iranians will be tempted to do. And a system that could intercept at all stages of flight from wherever such a launch was made would require space-based interceptors. And that was my faith in God's concept.
So Anthony, I know you have a follow-up, but I also ask you if you could comment on this issue of feasibility. So going off of some of the comments that Stanley made, feasibility is probably one of the most controversial aspects of SDI. Brilliant Pebbles was indeed tested a couple of times. Those tests were deemed not successful, but the program was canceled before tests could continue. So if you could also add on to the feasibility question, that'd be much appreciated.
Yeah, so I think it's important, and we'll get into the feasibility on the British response too, that Thatcher was against SDI at the start. She eventually comes around to it for a variety of reasons, perhaps for Stanley's memos. But she was pretty opposed to it because it kind of upset the apple cart of deterrence, and she just invested tremendous political capital on seeing through INF deployments, or getting INF deployments under kind of an existing deterrence paradigm in the UK. Why other ministers were opposed to it, it in some ways presents a choice. The SDI program of, do we sink British resources, technical talent, laboratory space into the broader US defense industrial complex, if you will, or say strategic aims, or do we sink that same talent and those same resources into development of commercial high technology programs and initiatives that you are seeing pop up around Europe, things like Eureka, for example. And the British had, in fact, been thinking about this in the computing side of things with a program called ALVE. You probably remember So, you know, Britain doesn't have unlimited resources. It has some serious choices to make about how best to deploy these resources, and if the commercial gains will be forthcoming. The thing about Thatcher, though, is she ultimately does get that 4-point agreement in December 1984, which kind of lays out the way that the United States needs to present SDI to its allies in order to get them involved. And that really becomes the program which they use, which involves making SDI consistent with deterrence and consistent with a drive for arms control agreements, and primarily a research program. On the issue of feasibility, certainly most in the Foreign and Commonwealth Office, and most in Ministry of Defense, Heseltine and Geoffrey Howe particularly, didn't think it was feasible. I'd say most of the civilian scientific community in the United States didn't think it was feasible, depending on what the success criteria was. If it was 100% population defense, no. Again, but if it was point-based intercept in flyover country, yes. Could those systems be applied to the European theater was another question. Most likely no in the 1980s. So the issue of feasibility does depend on what is your political goal for the program. One last thing I wanted to actually kind of involve Asif in this is one of the other things shaping British views on this is they do get Soviet technical reports. In fact, Soviet Union goes around and circulates a bunch of technical reports on how you could defeat SDI in '84. I mean, obviously you have to consider the source, but those reports do start to cast doubt on the feasibility of the program, as well as reports from places like the Union of Concerned Scientists, Federation of American Scientists, Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, these different groups. And so, you know, when you think about what did Gorbachev think of SDI? I think you put it out that there's different bureaucratic elements. The defense industry clearly wants to make SDI a big issue because it raises their budgets. But Gorbachev was very attuned to Western scientific discourse around SDI, and surely knew the criticisms. His own scientific community had a pretty good sense of the criticisms. So whether or not he thought it was feasible and whether or not that conditioned his approach to arms control negotiations, I think is a live question. I personally don't think he was particularly scared of SDI in '86, when everyone says that he, you know, makes this deal to get rid of nuclear weapons contingent on the elimination of SDI. I actually think he makes SDI a big issue because he sees it as another bite of the apple in the kind of public diplomacy protest game of, okay, you won INF, the West has settled down, but if we can make SDI a public issue, maybe the general public will fight against US and Western European investments in its nuclear weapons capability. He didn't do a good job of that. When Reagan offers to share SDI, he should have said yes, because getting Congress to agree sharing SDI probably would have been a monumental task, and certainly the hiccups in terms of allied cooperation on SDI up until '85, when the British joined in December '85, right, did not suggest that sharing SDI technology was going to be an easy thing. The looming threat of congressional approval aside. So I think I kind of got at your feasibility question, but then I wandered on my own. Sorry.
Before, I know we have a lot of questions in the audience, but and I have a question for Dana, but I do want to, if we have time, I want to get back to this issue of Soviet concern, because there is a narrative that by 1987, the Soviets are not really concerned about SDI. But I think one thing we have to remember, SDI remains a huge issue in the START negotiations into George H.W. Bush's administration. And so I think we need to grapple with if Soviet concern, and I think we have to be careful when we say Soviet, there's different Soviet views within the Ministry of Defense, the KGB, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Gorbachev's advisor, so I'm being a little reductive here. But I think we still need to grapple with why does this problem with SDI actually persist into the early 90s, even though, as Anthony points out, there are certainly changing views when Gorbachev comes in as general secretary. But Dana, one thing that I was hoping you could bring into the conversation is there's so much intense focus on interceptors, directed energy weapons, but so much of SDI was really about space logistics. How do we get all this stuff into orbit? How do we maintain it? And then also, question that still is around to this day with Missile Defense Agency and SDA is, what about adequate sensors in space for maintaining custody of all these missile threats? So can you talk about that a little bit from an industry perspective and also SDIO's perspective in the 80s and how that evolved?
I may have to defer to, I know somebody is from Missile Defense here Agency, but no, I was thinking about this also because at one point in my earlier career, we did make a visit down to Cape Canaveral, Cape Kennedy, because we were talking about launching all these hundreds of systems to put up in orbit and you know, interceptors and things like that. And we took a look at that time, this is late 80s, I think. And our facilities were not up to par with the ability, or at least it was our impression that we would not be able to launch a lot of stuff, you know, and you look at the launch industry and decisions made for the shuttle as well as other considerations. You know, do we have a launch vehicle? Do we have other capabilities? I know other people in the audience here, particularly the Space Policy Institute, have studied this in depth. But so there's the question of how do we feasibly do this? How do we do it within the constraints of the ABM Treaty? And from an industry standpoint, how do we actually build all this stuff and then get it up in space? So it was a major concern from an industrial base issue at the time. So does that answer your?
Yes, no, it does. So I know we have another number of questions. So Laura, over to you.
Yeah, that's a good question, and one that I and many others are thinking about, which at its root really is about what's the sort of technological, organizational, ideological lineage of what Russia is doing today, and does it date back to the 1980s? I do want to get, and I think one way to answer that is that the way that in the documents you see the 1980s, the Soviets are talking about SDI, they're using the actual phrase symmetrical and asymmetrical, the Russian versions of those. Conceding that, I think they also understood these are very blurry boundaries, and they sort of, you know, we had this question about penetration aids and ABM. I mean, those things are very much related in the Soviet mind. And again, Soviet is a monolithic thing, but in terms of the scientists who are working on it and the industrial concerns that are doing this kind of research, there's a very clear understanding that it's also about budgets, trying to get more contracts so they can define something as asymmetrical or symmetrical and kind of encroach upon other things that other organizations are doing. So there's a kind of organizational culture built into that. And so that, having said that, I think the lineage of that today, I mean, we see Russia, I'm not an expert on what Russia's doing, particularly in military space, but it's, you know, I'm sort of follow it. And it's clear that a lot of the stuff that's happening now, I start to see seeds of it already in the 1980s, especially around 1990, 1991, when the Soviet Union collapses. There's a whole range of projects that are sort of left orphaned, if you will. And you can trace some of that, some of those things like the New Doll, for example, goes back to the 1980s. You know? And so I think it's really interesting. And I think somebody can sit down and probably draw a map. So in terms of your question about the ideology of what they're doing now and how that fits in, I'm not certain I really understand it myself either, because it's a kind of, this is a longer question about the Russian space program today and what's going on with it, because it seems like a pale shadow of its former self, and yet they're fielding all these really strange, incredible sci-fi military systems in orbit, so, or at least testing them. So I think, but I'll just leave it at that. There is a lineage and a story to be told about that goes all the way back to the 1980s in terms of what the Russians are doing today.
Other questions?
Thank you. This may be quite a specific question first for Mr. Orman, but how often was Cabinet or the civil service sort of bypassed in the process of pulling together UK cooperation with the US?
Not sure what you mean by bypass. Mrs. Thatcher, as we've heard, was a very strong personality. And as an example that might illustrate it, when Bush was elected to replace Reagan, President Reagan invited Margaret Thatcher across to discuss any issues that she wanted to with the President-elect Bush before he took office. So they had, what in American terms, about 6 weeks or so. And she invited all the departments to provide her with a brief. And as an undersecretary, I saw the recommendations coming from the Ministry of Defense. And I took very great exception to some of the paragraphs in there, which were, let's get rid of this stupid SDI concept. So I wrote a memo saying you couldn't give the Prime Minister this advice. It was totally against her concepts. The memo did go through unchanged, and I had a phone call from the permanent undersecretary telling me that he took great exception to my comments. After the Prime Minister came back, she sent for the then Secretary of Defense to say she wanted a discussion with him as to how this recommendation had come forward, because it was totally opposed to her concept. He called a meeting of his senior officials, which happened to include me, and we discussed what was going on. And it was after that discussion that I decided to leave 10 years early, because the permanent undersecretary made it quite clear that he answered every question that came from the Secretary of Defense with, I'm sure Stanley will agree with me when I say, and then he turned to me and I'd say, I'm sorry, Stanley does not agree. I left 10 years early. But sorry, while I'm on that, let me mention one point, because it's come up about how Russia viewed the program. Before I left the UK, while I was still Director General, there was a major meeting in the UK. I don't remember what it was about, but it was the first time that SACEUR, the General Commanding SACEUR, and the Commanding General for NATO had ever met. And it was at this meeting. And I had asked a question, I don't remember what it was about, but it was irrelevant, but I was introduced as the Director General for SDI participation. At the luncheon, I was surrounded suddenly with Russian generals who introduced SACEUR to me. And he said, through an interpreter, I have a question I have to ask you. How strictly do the US operate their tests within the ABM treaty? And I said, too strictly for my requirements. I'm always pushing them to go closer to the limit on these tests, and they will not And he said, well, that's very interesting. So I said, well, why did you ask that question? Surely you've asked it to your US counterparts. And he looked me in the eye and he said, yes, but I believe you.
Hi, this is a fascinating conversation. I have two questions. One is actually both are to Stanley Orman. Based on what critical factors would you say that former President Reagan wouldn't be happy if he were alive today? My other question is, given your experiences, which I find fascinating, would it ever be on Netflix?
I know nothing about Netflix other than watching good programs on it. But why I don't think he'd be happy is because the succeeding presidents were only too happy to cut it back to a terminal defense. And I believe unless you go for the boost and ascent phase, you cannot have a successful defense. So I do not believe he'd be happy. At the 5-year conference that was held 5 years after SDI, I explained I was the tame European invited to give a presentation. And I was all ready for my presentation when suddenly the stage was cleared, the Marine band came up, played Hail to the Chief, and President Reagan appeared to give a speech. And I can say he was the best warm-up act I've ever had before. He was tremendous on that day, but it was clear that what he was saying was close to his heart. He wanted it to succeed. And I don't think it's reached the level that he would have enjoyed.
All right, so I think we have time for maybe 2 more questions if they're brief. Shreya.
Thank you so much for a terrific panel and Professor Bateman for moderating. My question is about the technological gap, or at least the perceived technological gap between the UK and the US at the beginning of the digital age. So in the 80s, there's, advanced computing systems, and it's also represented in pop culture. And SDI and missile defense really relies on this very sophisticated intelligence architecture. So was this technological gap at all a concern for the United Kingdom in contributing to the SDI and being on board with it? Was it a concern also to Western Europe, or was this not as much of a concern as feasibility?
I don't want to say too much about the computing because I don't believe there was a major gap at that time between the US and the UK on computing, because the requirements for the nuclear side, we had access to the most then modern supercomputers. We had to have those at Aldermaston. So that was not a major issue. The other side was that in the details of design of nuclear warheads, because of the close collaboration which was allowed under the 1958 agreement, we were as advanced as the US labs at that time. So no, in terms of capabilities on the nuclear side and how warheads were designed, there was no big gap. I don't know if that answers your question, but it didn't exist there. It may have existed in pop culture. I'm not an expert on that.
So we're actually at time here, and I don't want to get in between people and lunch. So let's go ahead and break now. Before we do that, a round of applause for our panelists. And our next panel will be at 1 o'clock. But if you have questions for the panelists, please do ask them during lunch. Thank you.
Thank you. Pleasure to be on the panel.
Really distinguished group of experts. So it's going to be the same format. We're going to have folks make about 5-7 minutes of opening remarks and go directly into Q&A. So it's my pleasure to introduce Laura Grego, who's a senior scientist and research director with the Global Security Program, the Union of Concerned Scientists. James Bonamo, who's a senior physical scientist with RAND. Mark Lewis, who's the executive director of the National Defense Industrial Association. Sana Versharan, who's a Marie Curie postdoctoral fellow, Center for International Studies, Sciences Po. And over to you, Laura.
Hi, can you hear me? Yes, perfect. Thank you so much for the invitation to participate in this. I've already learned a lot, and I think I will for the rest of the day. I just wanted to touch on a few points about missile defense today, and I guess I'm thinking about that as the last couple of decades post ABM treaty. Of course, we all know that the United States initiated a program called the Ground-Based Midcourse Defense System. Has had a couple of decades to develop that with a lot of money and not all that much oversight. And with a heavily politicized system such as that, those ingredients don't mix very well. The system it has not proved to be very robust or very effective. It could certainly be improved. And I've noticed sort of an evolution at the same time around the system. You know, in the early years, there was a lot of discussion about how this is a robust defense. This is a very workable defense. I think that as the testing program has gone on and, you know, we've seen it's only effective about half the time in pretty heavily scripted conditions, pretty favorable conditions, that I think a more realistic and nuanced view of what current strategic missile defense systems can offer has taken hold. And I would note that in the most recent missile defense review, I think it reflects that knowledge. You know, for a long time, I think you could maybe say that we're staying ahead of the North Korean threat because the North Korean threat hadn't really evolved yet. But of course, we're seeing the enormous amounts of activity, and even the latest test of what looks like to be a solid fueled ICBM. It will be very challenging to stay ahead of that of a North Korean threat. So you'll see in the most recent missile defense review that while the US Homeland Missile Defense is still intended to address offensive missile threats from North Korea and potentially Iran, its goals are more modest than they used to be. It used to be a robust defense. And so it's more like reassuring allies and partners that the US will not be coerced to threats, denying an aggressor the ability to execute small-scale coercive nuclear attacks and demonstrations, I'm quoting, complicating adversary decision-making by injecting doubt and uncertainty about the likelihood of a successful offensive missile attack, and finally mitigating damage to the homeland and helping to protect the US population should deterrence fail. So it's sort of more nuanced goals, I think, than in the past. Also, there's no longer this job of deterring other countries from building ICBMs. We see the GMD system has not deterred North Korea at all from their pursuit of long-range missiles. But given the poor performance of these systems, people ask, why do China and Russia seem to care so much? And that's a fair question. They're scientists, their systems can observe these tests fairly well, and we're an open society, so there's a lot of information about the performance of US systems. So why does it seem to be something that they're really worried about? Of course, Russia brings us into conversations about strategic arms control very often, and has said that the next round of strategic arms reductions, which don't look like anytime soon, but should those happen, that missile defense will need to be part of the conversation. Well, I think probably what that is, my guess, if I had to give the best guess, and I was sort of asked to give a best guess, it's the open-ended nature of the current US missile defense program, which accepts sort of no limits on what it's meant to do. The apparent willingness of the United States to burn so much cash on systems that don't really work that much, so maybe indicating that we think a breakthrough is imminent. And I think that the missile defense systems together with other US strategic systems, a very assertive nuclear posture and conventional prompt strike systems, which might be used to damage or destroy command and control systems, I think that is what has stimulated anxiety in both Moscow and Beijing. Russia and China may want to be convincing themselves on the robustness of their deterrence, and they may be wanting to make sure that the US does not believe it could successfully pursue a first strike option. Of course, the pursuit of any new military system will have multiple motivations, including domestic politics, industrial interests, as well as their strategy. When you look at the systems that Russia and China are building, one thing in common of many of them is that they're designed to overwhelm, evade, or in other ways defeat US missile defenses. And those include hypersonic boost glide reentry vehicles, the heavy Sarmat missile that Russia is developing, which could carry many MIRVed warheads or potentially go the long way around the Earth. The Poseidon long-range nuclear-powered uncrewed underwater vehicle, the Burevestnik nuclear-powered long-range cruise missile. As for China, the DoD assesses that the PLA justifies developing a range of technologies China perceives are necessary to counter US and other countries' ballistic missile systems, including maneuvering reentry vehicles, multiple independently targeted reentry vehicles, decoys, chaff and jammers, and hypersonic glide vehicles. So a year ago, or maybe a year and a half ago, China reportedly tested a system that placed a maneuvering glide vehicle on an orbital trajectory. Some people say that was a test of a fractional orbital bombardment system, which is a system that was that could go the long way around again and evade missile defense systems. And of course, China appears to be building hundreds of new silos that could hold ICBMs. So arguably, all of those things leave the US in a worse strategic position. So I would think that the United States would be wanting to take a hard look at the value proposition of missile defense systems that are aimed at nascent threats, but have an open-ended nature. We really want to do that. On the other hand, China and Russia's experiments with their own missile defense systems may lead them to find the same conclusion that it's really hard to do well, and they'll become less concerned. That could be a position that goes forward too. The other thing I wanted to talk about is the space nexus. That was one of the questions that was put to us. Of course, historically during the ABM times, sometimes there was suspicion that anti-satellite weapons tests were tests of missile defense capability. And now it's kind of the other way around. Tests of missile defense show ASAT capability and anxiety about space security. This is because the technologies, especially of ground-based hit-to-kill systems, are really the same. In fact, they have been used for both types of activities. That's going to definitely be a sticking point and something that needs to be thought through really carefully in future arms control frameworks. The other nexus, I think, and we had some conversation in the last panel, there's this continuing anxiety, and I'd like to understand more from the historians and political scientists about this, but it looks to me like continuing anxiety, especially from Russia, about US potential plans to field space-based missile defenses. And that is one of the reasons for the Russian and Chinese proposals to ban all weapons from space. It could be a motivation for pursuing their ground-based direct descent anti-satellite weapons as a way to say, there's no reason for you to field such a system because we'll be able to counter it. But I think that that's someplace that we should think about carefully about the value of leaving open-ended whether the US might eventually field a space-based missile defense. So I guess in conclusion, I think it would be really useful for the United States to always make sure that we have a clear-eyed assessment of the existing capabilities for missile defense, what their potential is in the future, and what advantages that might bring, with a clear-eyed assessment of the disadvantages and the risks, the costs, both economic and strategic, that it brings to the United States. And to be willing to perhaps have these conversations about missile defense in the context of a strategic arms control, perhaps to get access to better solutions that the United States would like to see, for example, a reduction in tactical nuclear arms or other types of things. So I'm going to leave those comments there, but I'd be happy to talk about all of those topics in Q&A.
Jim?
Sure. I'd like to begin on a personal note. I'm amused that it was 40 years ago this summer that I joined RAND. So in a certain sense, my entire career has been touching SDI, and I very much appreciate the chance to come back and comment on this. I'd like to emphasize part of the overlap, or already mentioned, on the overlap between BMD and space, and particularly Russian and Chinese perceptions of that. The ground-based missile defense, the part of the not really one ballistic missile defense system that comprises our national missile defense, is very much oriented, in fact, toward North Korea with its sensor architecture in Alaska and forward-based TBMs, forward-based mode TPY-2s. And while the North Korean ballistic missile program, as we've heard, is aggressively testing, the number of deployed ICBMs is approximately 0. Nonetheless, because we're worried about this, in order to keep pace with this threat, we've talked about expanding the current 44 interceptors, 40 in Alaska at Fort Greely and 4 at Vandenberg, to 64. That was in the last administration. Originally, they were going to be deployed this year. That's been slid, although it's still the declarative plan. Perhaps they're waiting for the next FTG-12, the next flight test, which will be later this calendar year. However, how might this be perceived? Well, our opponents will remember another decision President George W. Bush made to use an SM-3 to intercept a satellite in 2008, a low altitude reconnaissance satellite that he was worried would crash. And we explained that we quickly modified the software, supplied surveillance and so forth, and it worked just fine, thank you. But the SM-3 is a much smaller booster than the GBIs in Alaska, which they have to reach up to a high apogee to catch an ICBM. They can reach all sorts of orbits, and we'll have 64 of them. They're designed to hit a small target, an RB, and as opposed to a satellite, which is a large, very predictable, no countermeasures, easy target, a sitting duck. Moreover, as Alexis Blank at RAND and her co-authors have mentioned, or as we heard again this morning, the Russians and the Chinese have a tendency, the Soviets back then, to a confirmation bias to see our actions as aggressive and acting against them. They naturally will conclude our GMD system is in fact also a very effective ASAT system. And why would they care? Let's consider China, for example. Assistant Secretary of Defense Plum explained to the Congress just this year that the Chinese have something in excess of 300 satellites doing ISR. Why would they care about 20 or 40 or whatever number of interceptors we might have? Seems small. But you have to look at individual constellations and think about what they're trying to do for the Chinese. We believe they're trying to enforce what we've called an A2AD, anti-access area denial concept, which involves in particular checking where US airplanes might be based at different air bases and what part of the base they're on. And for that matter, because long-range missiles are rather expensive, you don't want to just shoot them at empty concrete, or to find those carriers, attack them. And how would they do that? Well, usually with an elaborate kill chain of multiple different sensors. Constellations, how big are constellations? A Chinese academician, Li Diren, talked about how you need aboard 20 satellites to cover the area near China. Or we can look at actual constellations, the Jiangbing constellation, a six orbits, 3 per orbit, 18-ball constellation, presumably used for some sort of ISR. If one of those is an important part of their kill chain for going after carriers, going after monitoring air bases, they would worry we would figure that out. And with our large number of interceptors, simply remove the constellation at the outset of a war. Okay, if that's the perception will then affect any discussions we have with them. We heard this morning about our wish to establish norms of behavior in particular. They could well see us as being extremely disingenuous at best. It's hypocritical. We have this wonderful ASAT kinetic system. We could test it under the guise of ABM tests. And it's essentially the same sort of intercept, actually maybe harder. And we want them not to test, really? That's what we're all about here. We have to be aware of that perception when we engage them in discussions about all sorts of things, in addition to the more ordinary concerns that between offense and defense, crisis and arms race instability that we also heard about this morning. Now, I should add one caveat here. Personally, I don't happen to believe we actually intend that system as an ASAT, but it doesn't matter what I happen to believe or not believe. The Russians and the Chinese will make their own choice. And that system, just by the very nature of its capability, as Laura mentioned, the hit-to-kill capability that MDA and its predecessor organizations have in fact established works over the last 40 years. Well, that's what we rely on and will rely on for our ABM, for our ASAT, ABM systems for quite a number of years. And that inherently will have this sort of ASAT capability. So there's no easy way to avoid that combination, that potential confusion and that overlap with these issues. So something to consider when we have to talk with the Russians or the Chinese about behavior in space and so forth. It's all going to be tangled up. Thank you.
So I want to shift the conversation a little bit and maybe talk about the current organization of the Missile Defense Agency. I'll give you a little bit of a personal perspective following on James's personal perspective. So in 2018, I was at the Institute for Defense Analyses, actually just up the road. And then new Undersecretary of Defense for R&E, Mike Griffin, reached out and asked if we would if I would participate in a top to bottom review of the Missile Defense Agency. And it wound up being a panel led by Trey Obering, former Missile Defense Agency head. We had Ron Kadish on the panel as well, and a host of, I think, names you would recognize. And indeed, we did a very thorough review of the organization, including everything from the technology in the applicability and the readiness of technology to the effectiveness of the organization. It was fascinating. I think it reflected very much on some of the comments that you heard on this morning's panel. That one of the key defining features of the agency is that it had progressed from what was essentially an S&T organization to what was now an operational organization, putting weapons in the ground. And that led to some interesting discussions about where the Missile Defense Agency should be in the Pentagon, who it should work for, who it should report to, should a service pick it up, should it remain an OSD. About 9 months later, that same Mike Griffin asked me to come to the Pentagon as his first Director of Defense Research Engineering, overseeing modernization. So by the time that report was finalized and written and briefed in the Pentagon, I was sitting on the other side of the table, which was a really funny experience to have a report that you work on being briefed back to you. But I found a number of things. One of the things that frankly found was that there was a lot of bureaucracy at Missile Defense Agency, and I know that will shock all of you. All of you are familiar with the government. We had bureaucracy in the organization. And it kind of creeped in places. We'd hear the anecdotal stories. A reporter would reach out to Missile Defense Agency. They'd want to, respond. They want to talk to someone, and they were on a 2-hour deadline, and they'd get a response 2 weeks later. So we made a number of recommendations. One was, frankly, to eliminate bureaucracy at all levels, to refocus on the primary mission, to rebuild the S&T part of the portfolio. And I will tell you, the current director, John Hill, I think has done a phenomenal job of doing that. If you compare the Missile Defense Agency of 2023 to the Missile Defense Agency that we saw 2018, it truly is a streamlined organization. So I'll start with that thought. But I want to come back to the question of where does the Missile Defense Agency fit within the department? Now, another defining feature of that whole episode, when Mike Griffin came on board, that was part of the separation of what was originally the Undersecretary of Defense, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition, Technology, and Logistics, into two pieces. The Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Acquisition and Sustainment, and then the office that I joined, the Office of the Undersecretary of Defense for Research and Engineering, where Dana currently works today, and worked at the time. There was a robust discussion over whether Missile Defense Agency should be in the R&E half of the family or in the A&S half of the family, and ultimately wound up in the R&E part of the family. Arguably because of some personalities. You had an undersecretary who'd spent most of his life working missile defense issues, but also because of that recognition that there were still fundamental science challenges, fundamental analyses that need to be addressed in missile defense. There's a lot of technology in missile defense that works extremely well, but clearly there are advances that need to be made. But keep that in mind because the debate is still to this day underway. What to do with MDA? Should it remain in R&E? There were recommendations when I was in the building to move it over to ANS as it becomes more operational. Recommendations to move it to a service, and especially with the stand up of the Space Force, doesn't make sense for the Missile Defense Agency to be part of the Space Force. And I'll give you one of the concerns we have along those lines, frankly, is that a service might not value the mission as much as it was valued in OSD. Other things to bear in mind. One of the defining features of today's Missile Defense Agency was the shutdown of the RKV program and the restart of the Next Generation Intercept program, the NGI. And that was also something that I was involved in. Again, before I joined the department, I was involved in the review of RKV. And it was an interesting study because it showed that in some cases, the agency had lost the bubble a bit in systems engineering, not to mince words. And I think there were some very significant changes that came into that, and a refocus of the systems engineering on the systems engineering challenges of the missile defense. And I think you see that reflected in missile defense today. All right, so one other key aspect of MDA that I want to highlight, and Laura already alluded to it, and I suspect that the panel that comes after us, the future panel, is going to mention this as well, because I know Tom is going to mention it. I'm going to put money down, but it's the evolving threat being due to the proliferation of hypersonic weapons. And that's not just large boost glide systems, but it's also in theater tactical systems. And way back in 2015, to its credit, the Missile Defense Agency, and especially Keith Englander at the time, the chief engineer, stood up and said, we need to incorporate this as part of our mission, which I always thought was remarkable because I don't know very many government agencies that want to expand their mission scope without more budget. But at the time, MDA was saying, we know this is important, this is a national security threat, and we want to take this on. So MDA, of course, got the stick for addressing the hypersonics issue. And today, it's one of the cornerstones of the hypersonic portfolio across the department. Arguably, still not funded to the level it needs to be funded because of the critical threat that hypersonic weapons pose to us in almost any conceivable future scenario. So that's another point I'll put on the table. And then finally, let me close with a point about the space nexus, and I'm going to circle it back to that hypersonic threat. What does hypersonics do for you? Well, many things. It's speed and maneuverability and altitude. Hypersonic weapons are very difficult to first detect, difficult to identify, difficult to take action against. The first step in doing that is being able to see that weapon. If I can't see it, I can't stop it. And so the Missile Defense Agency right now is playing a vital role linked with the Space Development Agency in building the HBTSS, the Hypersonic Ballistic Tracking Satellite System. Absolutely critical capability, critical need if the Missile Defense Agency is going to address this threat. And I will tell you, so far, I think we're actually in quite good shape with that. And I think it will be one of the most significant aspects of missile defense going forward. Let me stop there.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me here today. The previous panel was a true pleasure, as if all the remarks by my co-panelists. So I'm coming to this as a political scientist. So I'm coming to this from a slightly different perspective here. So I want to start with kind of commenting on the state of the program and then kind of 3 lessons learned from the research that I did on the program. And just to give a little bit of background, I did about 100 elite level interviews and went to various archives to kind of reconstruct some decision-making around missile defense in the US, UK, France, and India. And so focusing on the state of the US program first. So as already noted, since the Cold War, we've seen massive changes in the US ballistic missile defense program. So we go from the remnants of the SDI program in the Global Protection Against Limited Strike in the early 1990s to a much more narrowly defined theater missile defense program in the mid-1990s, and then a hastened turn towards national homeland missile defense in the early 2000s. And then I think since 2016, we've kind of found ourselves at a crossroads whereby some aspects of missile defense policies are more leaning towards applications of missile defense policy in space, while others are leaning towards integrated air and missile defense. And so today in the Biden administration documents, I think we see 2 things: a somewhat role for homeland missile defense and then an increased importance for IAMD. And so I'm sure you're all familiar with it, but just to kind of recap, so nuclear deterrence to deal with the long-range threats from the PRC and from Russia, while missile defense is used for North Korea. In the review, it says that GMD is a visible means of measure of protection there. And so beyond, there is a lot about IMD. And we see something similar if we look at the most recent budget requests from the Biden administration. So missile defeat overall remains to be a huge expenditure. So there is a request for 37.7 billion for nuclear modernization versus like 29.8 billion for missile defense and defeat, which does not include some of the space-based sensor investments. And so the budget again stresses the importance for IMD, and it states that it wants to maintain a military advantage over China. And just to kind of give you the way that I look at these things, so in the book that I'm currently writing, I argue that these like massive shift that we've seen in the US missile defense approach since 1983 is a result of differing ideas in the threat environment, differing ideas about the threat environment and about the role that missile defense is supposed to play in addressing that threat environment among the missile defense community. And specifically, I think that there's really big divisions across time, but also within different players at the same time within the defense community about these two vectors or variables. So starting from different perceptions of the threat, we've gone all the way from the Soviet Union to a limited third state actor threat, to the rogue states with Scud like long-range ballistic missiles, and then to various capabilities that we just talked about in Russia, from China and Russia with hypersonics and all other sorts of things. And likewise, we've seen a lot of discussions around where missile defense sits, whether it's a complement or an alternative to nuclear deterrence. And so in my research, I talk about like kind of the theory of victory that underpins kind of this. And so to understand the form that missile defense today takes, I argue that we should look at the ideas about that threat environment and about the theory of victory among the members of the defense community. And just to give you a sense of how the research thinks about it, if we think about the Trump administration, we could see a little bit of a rift between OSD policy on one hand, where there was quite a bit of push towards space-based approaches, and then like the military side of DoD, where there was a lot of thinking around IMD. And ultimately, I think this comes down to very different perspectives. Like both communities collided over the idea that China and Russia is what needs to be focused on, but they were doubting about what the role of mutually assured destruction in this be. While the community, the OSD policy community, thought about thought about missile defense as playing a more dominant role, I think the military side confirmed Matt a little bit more. And so taking a step back from how missile defense has evolved over time, I want to briefly touch upon three kind of things that we can take away from missile defense investments since 1983. And so the first one is that missile defense has really changed a lot over time. And in doing so, it's been a tool for many different things. So it's been a tool for defending the homeland, or defending troops in the battle of in the theater of warfare, to being a tool for alliancements. And I think if we have such a broad interpretation about what missile defense is supposed to do, it creates what I would call like ideational blind spots within the community, because if everybody has different ideas what missile defense is and how it's supposed to be integrated and what its tasks are, then these communities also have different understandings of what the costs and opportunities of missile defense are. And so finding a way to create a shared understanding about what missile defense is and what it is not, I think is something that should take a big priority in these debates. And at the same time, we've talked about the ways in which missile defense is at the intersection of really many different domains. So nuclear, space, conventional warfare. And we're not just talking about the interceptors, we're talking about the sensors, about command and control infrastructure, about the logistics that are needed. And so what is really needed is build a bridge between all these different communities that are centrally or more tangentially involved in the missile defense debate, both among those communities that already talk about missile defense and those communities that do not. So I think it's important for people from the military operational side to people in the arms control community to really talk about missile defense, and also better connect people that are doing the strategic thinking around missile defense with the technical folks that are building these actual systems. And then as a final point, sometimes in the debates there are some fragmentations between the strategic, technical, and financial aspects of missile defense. And so understanding what missile defense can and cannot do is really key here. So for example, in the 2022 Missile Defense Review, I think they rightfully recognized some of the problems with the GMD system. But then at the same time, there's also a lot of eggs being put in the basket of integrated air and missile defense. And some of the problems associated with IAMD, I think, have gone a little developed in the 2022 Missile Defense Review. And so I think there's three potential ways or three potential costs to kind of think about in IAMD. So one is distributional politics. If we think about how NATO IAMD is being developed, the US, for example, has so many more capabilities than any of the NATO allies. And these unequal distributions of capabilities can create a lot of problems around responsibility, around political control. And I'm happy to talk more about that. And then technically, how do we integrate these very different systems? It's about IAMDs integrating sensors with different interceptor systems. I mean, there's questions around how you link all of those systems up in real time. And then similarly, if you drag it into the NATO context, if you've got NATO partners with ultimately fundamentally different technologies, whether we're talking like the Aegis system versus the SIMPT PAM system, like how you're linking those systems, I think poses quite a bit of a challenge. And then finally, there's also a question around political cohesion and political interpretations of this. Through my research, you can still see, I observed quite wide differing interpretations between the US and its NATO allies on what missile defense is supposed to do, what it is not, where it sits, what the consequences of interception and engagement should be. Like all of these debates, I think, are still very much alive in the NATO context. And if you want to operate an effective IMD in the NATO context, you need a little bit of more political cohesion around these questions. And I'll stop there.
While the audience is thinking of questions, I'm going to kick us off here. So Mark, I wanted to ask you a couple of things. So you talked about the architecture, how the architecture is changing. So there's hypersonics, and there's a big debate on how significant a threat that is. But if we also think about mobile missiles, the proliferation of mobile missiles, so we have this problem of maintaining custody of a lot of different targets in different phases of flight. So I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about what you see as the key requirements for both the ground base and space layer moving forward. And then to the extent that you can, I was also wondering if you could talk about where left of launch comes into this equation. So when we talk about missile defense, we're oftentimes thinking about capabilities to respond to the launch of various kinds of missile threats, but then there's also going after the missiles before they take off. So left of launch. So if you could maybe bring that into the conversation.
So let me, in true academic fashion, take a little bit of issue with the way you posed the question, because you said there's debate about the impact of hypersonic weapons. I'm sorry, there's no debate. Every time we war gamed it, every time we looked at various scenarios, when we had a blue team facing a red team and red team had a range of hypersonic capabilities, they won if blue team didn't have similar capabilities. When both red and blue team have those capabilities, then it's whoever has a deeper magazine. So it is a threat, and I will point out we already have adversaries who have deployed systems. The Russians have allegedly used them in Ukraine. They haven't been very effective, but that speaks more to the crappy level of technology. It takes more to the Russians than it does to the technology. All right. So having said that, it's very clear to me that that's a threat that we need to address, and frankly, it will be I believe it'll be the defining threat for a number of scenarios that we will face in the future. And being able to address that threat is absolutely critical to our ability to deter that threat. And again, let's make it very clear that when we have competitors who are building those capabilities, they're doing it to deter us. One of the most insightful comments that I heard is from my friend Dean Chang, who I don't want to steal his thunder, but once pointed out when he asked, why is China building up its hypersonic capabilities? And in part, it's to chase us out of interesting areas. It's to put question in our mind: are we willing to risk a $15 billion aircraft carrier with 5,000 souls on board? But it's also to put doubt in the minds of our allies, to have regional allies ask the question: would the United States take these risks given the threat that they're facing? So I think it's absolutely critical. So among the things, the catch with all these systems, especially hypersonic systems, why do you do them? It's the end of the day, it's because they're survivable. They're more likely to produce their desired end effect. And so there are a variety of ways you can count them. One is, of course, the missile with a missile, hitting a bullet with a bullet. It's a very hard thing to do. It's not an impossible thing to do. It's just difficult. Now, there are a range of other technologies, but of course, the best of all is if you can prevent it from happening in the first place, left of launch. And I can say, let's see, what I can say is there are, of course, lots of efforts looking at left of launch solutions. I will share with you, personal opinion, you have to be really careful with left of launch solutions because they depend on your adversary being incompetent. And that's not always a good assumption to make, right? They will have to have allowed vulnerabilities in their system and missed those vulnerabilities, and somehow we will have to have caught those. Now, that's certainly possible, but it's not the one that you want to bank on. And even worse, it is extremely difficult to test and validate and verify left of launch capabilities. So again, it's an arrow you want in the quiver. And if you can use it, that's great, but it's not the arrow you can depend on when the weapon is poised to fly at you.
So one quick follow-up. I think I probably wasn't actually as clear as I should have been on the question. So wasn't talking about debate about the level of threat, but debate about what's to be done in response.
Yeah.
So if you could actually go into, to the extent that you can, architecturally, what would you like to see over the next, let's say, 5 to 10 years for what's going to actually be done to not only detect, but to track the threat?
Yeah, so of course the HBTSS that I mentioned earlier, that's a key part of the solution to track, and MDA working with SDA detects a launch, does the handover, cues it to MDA picks up from there. How you actually respond to it, look, that's still an ongoing debate. The reason that everyone's interested in hypersonics is they're really hard to stop. And so, there are a range of technologies that you would want to employ against those. If you can stop it in flight, a glide phase intercept, for example, is a really important technology. You can't bank on that. The way I like to think about the problem is the following, and it's not original to me. I'll credit to the great Air Force historian Dick Hallion, who likened it to the response to the kamikaze threat in World War II. And remember, at first it was a devastating tactic until we learned to address it. And the way we addressed it was layered defense. Right, you've got your shielding aircraft out from the fleet. They stop what they can. Anything that gets a little bit further in, you hit with medium range weapons, and then ultimately you've got guns on the ship that will help take out the one or two that make it through. Same approach has to be taken with hypersonics. So you'd have in the longer range strike. If you can get it in glide phase, great. If you can't, if you miss it, you need to do other approaches. Everything from directed energy, high powered microwaves to even walls of metal and gun solutions have to be deployed.
Thanks, Mark. Questions from the audience, Ms. Al?
Okay. Oh, perfect. So I have a question about a threat, and I have a question about a scenario. I guess I'll talk about the scenario, and this is a question for all panelists. What do you make of the threat of non-nuclear strategic attack in these kinds of scenarios? The proliferation of long-range precision strike capabilities to countries around the world has made it possible to hit the United States and hit precise targets in the United States with conventional capabilities. These seem very difficult to deter with the threat of nuclear retaliation alone. How do you deal with these kinds of scenarios, I guess would be my first question.
Jim?
And just let me toss in my second question about threats. Dean Wilkening I'm kind of stealing a point from Dean Wilkening here, but he's often said that hypersonic weapons might become cheaper than conventional cruise missiles in the future. They have fewer moving parts. You don't have to make these advanced turbines to propel them. And if there's any indication from the hypersonic conference earlier this week, some of those cost figures are really promising for air breathers. What does this spell out for the proliferation of hypersonic weapons in the future?
So let's have Jim take one and Mark take two.
Sure. On the first one, on conventional, remember there's a reason the Air Force likes to use conventional cruise missiles or bombers even, because it's vastly cheaper way to deliver. A long-range ballistic missile is an extraordinarily expensive way to deliver a high 1,000 pounds of HE somewhere. Moreover, we've looked at attacking many countries in various war games conventionally, trying to disrupt their society and do whatever, and blasted it's hard, even when we put lots of weapons down. We have an enormous country and a relatively dispersed capabilities across it in terms of energy generation or whatever, compared with many others. So someone's firing a long-range missile at us with a conventional warhead, and they're going to do what exactly? I'm not sure that that's a problem I'm going to worry about. I can respond conventionally, overwhelmingly to whoever bothered such a silly attack. What are they trying to accomplish? I'm not too worried about that, in all honesty. Mark, I don't know. You can comment on that.
No,
I disagree.
What James said. So if I can pile in, there is a scenario where it does make sense, but it's not the scenario, exactly the scenario that you posed yourself. So there are some applications of long-range strike systems that would replace missions that today we could only do with nuclear. And that's it, yeah, there is a different question, and that to me gets to the point that in fact, these advanced systems, they're often accused of being escalatory. I actually think it's the opposite. I think they're de-escalatory. If you've got a conventional option versus a nuclear option, then by gosh, if you can use that conventional option, it's now de-escalatory. You don't get yourself into a nuclear shooting war. So I think that's an important aspect of these. If I can, I'll take your second question about cost. And thanks for posing that, because often it's argued that hypersonics equals high cost. And I just don't think that's true. And we have the existence proof because the Chinese and the Russians seem to be able to afford these things. So somehow when you buy them in rubles or yuans, they don't cost a lot, but they cost us a lot. Now, it's clear it depends on what system you are talking about. If you're talking about the larger, the medium range, global, hypersonic glide systems, yeah, they can be expensive and they will honestly probably be silver bullet solutions. But if you start talking about the tactical systems, the tactical boost glide systems, or the air breathers, as you alluded to, then in principle, there's actually no reason that they have to be significantly more expensive than their lower speed counterpart. Because as you point out, a scramjet engine has very few moving parts. The cost is in the materials and the manufacturing, but less moving parts. Indeed, that's why to me, the most concerning weapons that you're facing off against are the air breathing cruise missiles, because you can build those in bulk, large numbers, and you've got a tactical system which has what ultimately could be strategic effects. Tom?
Great panel. Mark, question for you. I was surprised, no, it's not super technical. I was surprised to hear you talk about the reorganization question. And so my question to you is, what's the problem you're trying to solve by talking about moving MDA under Space Force or something like that? And what are the secondary and tertiary problems that such a move would create? That how would you handle that?
Yeah, so Tom, great question, because number one rule is if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? So that was the first thing whenever anyone would say, hey, let's move it into a service, say, okay, what is broken that you are trying to fix and that you will fix it by moving it into a service? And I personal standpoint, I didn't see any move where you move into a service that would actually fix anything, make something better. Would you get a service to embrace this as part of their mission? Honestly, it's hard to see that. Best guess, if you were to get any service to do that, would be Space Force, but it's still, I'm not convinced that that's the case. And again, we've seen this movie before, where a service picks up a role that they weren't originally created for, and it usually doesn't go well. So that's why actually I was a pretty strong advocate for leaving it where it is, and we even had a report delivered to us that said move it out of Arnie, and I think calmer heads at least have prevailed for the time being.
Can I argue with you, Mark?
Of course you
Just
can.
for a second. Because one of the things that I've noticed with MDA is that the focus on the necessary sustainment of an operational system. When an operational system has a problem and a 4-star commander calls up, it's all hands on deck. I remember a story from Patriot. They had a problem. I think they got 15 stars worth of calls that day. And the problem was, of course, actually DLA had provided inferior shock absorbers and they had broken and they couldn't drive, but it was the program office that had to take care of the problem. And it commands all the attention. And moreover, MDA is gathering more of that with its now doing foreign military sales of THAAD and Aegis Ashore if they can find someone to buy it. And, oh, well, how is this going to allow them to focus on R&D? Because when a problem shows up in a service, whenever, that's why they concentrate on those aspects, not on the R&E. You want them to do R&E on hypersonics or whatever? Why can't we somehow rearrange this over?
So I'm going to agree with you that to the point that you're right. There's a difference between the military leadership and the civilian leadership. So I'll give you one of the example of debate that we had. When I was in R&E, we had a very senior person in R&E who was adamantly opposed to the idea of MDA being led by a flag officer. She was adamant that it needed to have civilian leadership. And I was very much opposed to that, and still am, because I think having the military leadership, having someone with 3 stars on their shoulder is important for having the credibility and being part of the culture, so that they can interact effectively with the 4 stars from the services. So to me, that's actually the fix, that you make sure you've got a military person leading the organization.
They can interact with but the problem is, how do they also focus on your R&D?
Yeah, so, okay, so the R&D question is one, and I'm gonna admit, on my long list of career failures, one of them was not getting the R&D budget for MDA plus higher than it was.
Shocking.
I know. I'll give you that long list, but I will just candidly tell you, if I'd had my full druthers, the R&D budget at MDA would be significantly higher.
Yeah, if you wanted to do these things, you better.
Yep, agreed.
But that's
Agreed.
not the focus, because they have these big systems to maintain.
Exactly right, and that's the battle.
Yeah.
And so I'll come back to, why leaving it in R&E is important. Well, as bad as that is right now, it would be worse if it wasn't in R&E. Right, the fact is that it's being overseen by an organization which has this long-term focus. Gosh, if things aren't good now, imagine how worse they would be if it were in an organization with a much shorter term focus.
So you can find worse options.
Yeah, exactly. You can always find a worse option. Exactly.
All right. So other questions? You, sir.
Thank you. I'm a student of the GW. I'm major is security policy studies in master degree. I have a question to Ms. Bertrand. I was interested in your first point of 3, the diverse purposes of the missile defense in the many different players. Can you elaborate that point more?
Yeah, sure. So one of the things I think, if we, for example, think about the lead up to the ABM treaty, one of the things that happened in that moment is that there was convergence around what ABM is supposed to look like and what it's supposed to do, and the move away from population defenses to shielding some limited ICBM silos. And this is not necessarily true today, where we've got different sets of groups of people who are pushing very different perspectives on what missile defense is supposed to do. And so we've seen all these large shifts. And if people have different understandings, if your focus is on homeland missile defense, and then maybe you come to the perspective that, why are China and Russia being so angry about this? We don't understand, because the only thing we're doing is defending our homeland against North Korean ballistic missile threats. I think that's kind of an example of how where you sit and how you conceptualize these systems kind of allows you to see different costs and opportunities. And so I think that's something that might be interesting to work on.
Steve?
Thanks. Steve Jordan Tomaszewski with the Aerospace Industries Association. My question is, do you think the current missile defense architecture is doing a good enough job to take advantage of all of the innovation coming from commercial industry these days?
Mark? Ooh. Yes, but it can always be better. How's that?
You can imagine worse here too.
I can imagine worse here too. Yeah, you're not going to let me live that one down.
No. Boy, it's hard for me to imagine, for my own part, that the very relatively specialized demands here are going to be easily met with innovation. There'll be things. It's always AI these days. That seems to be the answer to most problems. And that's certainly something that can be tapped in some way or other. But in general, the developments for a glide phase interceptor or a space-based sensor are going to be facing demands that are not the same as what commercial industry is facing that much. Where there are overlaps, by all means, go after them, but you have to point more specifically, I think.
Sam?
Laura and Mark, I wanted to ask you what you think our ambitions should be for our missile defense deployments in both capability and capacity.
Well, wow, that's a great and actually challenging question. It's an obvious question, but it's hard to, right? So it's hard to answer when you have an existing system and you're like, it's sort of like more like, what do we do with what we have? Because I think over the last couple of decades, it's pretty clear that there's no appetite for starting over, or even when the National Academies, proposes a big modification with a new concept of operations, there wasn't a lot of appetite for taking up on that. And on the other hand, the other types of things for homeland defense against ballistic missiles specifically, the other types of technologies like space-based missile defense, for example, of course, economically sort of infeasible, even with the gains in space launch capacity and the decrease in costs. So there's not a lot of, I don't know that there is a lot of technical place to go, in the sense that that you would make something that's robust. In my opinion, looking in the next couple of decades, I don't think there's a way to make a seriously robust capability against what North Korea might field. So then you say we have the system, there are improvements that are on deck, the next generation interceptor, there'll be better radars there. I'm sure AI will make its way known into decoy classification. And so there's probably gains to be made. But I think I think from a technical point of view, if your job is be assured that you can defend against a North Korean, what North Korea can mount, it's probably going to be very hard to stay ahead. So then you have a system of what's the right way to think about it. So it looks like from my read, the missile defense review was an attempt to kind of reckon with that. We have it, what might else it do? If deterrence fails, it'll stop some, might stop some of the missiles. We reassure our allies that we would not be deterred from coming to, to our commitments. I'm not convinced it provides much value at all, especially if you would consider, this room is probably a hard audience for this, but if you consider that currently it doesn't work very well, but it exists. And so anyone would be, I think, fairly forgiven for thinking if we've invested this much in such a system, it must work better than advertised. Somewhere there must be something that says it works better than we think it does. And then we might convince ourselves that it does work well and get ourselves into decisions we shouldn't be making. So that wasn't the answer to your question exactly, but it was sort of, I guess that's the way I think about it right now. I'm not sure that it brings significant value above and beyond the costs.
Mark? So let me address the cost point, because that's one that, honestly, we had many debates in the building. And the good folks at CAPE in the Pentagon would often point to the exchange cost that, cost of defending is frankly much higher than the cost of the offensive system. And it was said best by actually my old boss, who's actually my current boss also, David Norquist, who is the deputy secretary. He said, if my bullet costs 20 cents and if my bulletproof vest costs $200, does that mean I don't buy the bulletproof vest? And the answer is no, I buy the bulletproof vest because it's not the cost of the weapon that I'm worried about, it's the cost of the effect. Even if the bulletproof vest isn't a 100% proof against the weapon. You're wearing a bulletproof vest, someone can still get you. It's just a little bit harder. But that little bit harder is ultimately worth it. And so that's how I would view the missile defense system. Yeah, it's more expensive to defend against the offensive system than it is, it costs you more to stop it than it costs them to launch it and build it and launch it. But the consequences of a successful, think about the consequences of a successful nuclear strike, say into Hawaii. Think about the cost of that. Think about the impact of that. So anything that you can do to reduce that effect, I think is well worth the cost. Now, as to the effect of the system, we can have a debate about that. No system, no weapon is going to be 100% effective, but then that speaks to shot doctrine, right? So yeah, one might have a certain percentage effectiveness. So that means I shoot two. shooting two is expensive, but again, it's expensive versus the effect, not the individual weapon that you're defending against.
So I think in that relation, you don't want to just calculate against the financial costs of developing a defensive or an offensive system, but you also want to measure it against the strategic costs, right? Like by developing a missile defense system, there's some undercutting of the primary doctrine that has led strategic stability for some time, which is mutually assured destruction. And by bringing in denial capabilities, you kind of in some ways undermine that. And then the other bit we've already talked about, whether China, Russia, or genuine or instrumental in their concerns, they have used it as an excuse to do their development on their part. So I think like connecting all, not just the financial, but also and the technical, but also the strategic bits is key.
So one quick thing I would just say, just for clarification for the audience, I think we also should be careful though. Mutually assured destruction has never been official US policy.
Yeah.
It's been a description of a security dilemma, both during the Cold War and today. So I would just be cautious about saying that that's an official policy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but if I'll take that, if I can, I'll take that point. So here's where I say, I'm an engineer, I'm not a policy expert. I'm a research fluid dynamicist, but if I can, I'll observe that certainly during the Cold War, we had an adversary that, although it had different goals and missions, was ultimately sufficiently sane to value its own existence. And today, I would posit, you can disagree, but I would posit that we're facing potential threats with adversaries who would be willing to take significant losses and suffer incredible damage to their own countries and to their populations for leadership goals. I'm sorry, but I have no confidence that if countries like North Korea or Iran got effective nuclear weapons on ICBMs, that they would be deterred from using them, even at the risk of large swaths of their population. Right? You just have to look at a satellite image of North Korea and see how backward it is, how there are no lights in North Korea at night, to understand that this is a country with a leadership that really doesn't care about how many of its own citizens it loses. And so in that situation, it's really hard to posit a strategic posture, which depends on their valuing their own existence as much as we value ours, or more important, or more correctly, I should correct myself, valuing the existence of their people as much as we value the existence of our people.
So a different point here, talking about the ballistic missile defenses, we have to remember that it's not our perception of however poor or good it matters, but the opponent. And happily, if you will, often our opponents overvalue, overcredit our capability. They believe, oh, if they spent that much money, they must be something. They must be able to discriminate. They must have something there I don't know about. And in fact, we have classified discrimination tests and so forth that we won't talk about. So there's always that raising the uncertainty to them if they launch. Well, how much faith do they have that it will actually work, that it will reach? We might not think it works. We may believe it's a rather bad system. Sorry, shouldn't do that gesture, but nonetheless, I might believe it's not that good either. Doesn't matter what we believe. They have their own decisions, and likely they can overestimate or certainly worry about that. And that's an important part of how these have value for us, independent of cost benefit entirely, as it were. That's all.
So a couple of things. One, I hope you all see the level of continuity in questions. So, and I think that that's something that Sana is bringing up. We're asking many of the same questions and having the same debates that were going on in the 1980s, the 1990s, irrespective of the fact that the threat environment has changed considerably. But to Jim's point, I think that this is one of the really difficult questions. It was a difficult question in the 1980s, and it's a difficult question today, and that is, what is the red perception? And so we have our debates in the United States, in the US interagency, in this community, but then it's really difficult to actually know what the Chinese defense planners are thinking, what Russian defense planners are planning. There's debates going on within their communities as well. So it's really difficult to ascertain that. And I will say some of the perceptions of Soviet views on missile defense in the 1980s don't necessarily comport with what we see in the archival records. So this is one of the big challenges. Tom, I know that you had a question.
So in the spirit of the whole SDI anniversary thing, I've heard the panel talk about what always costs more for the defense of it than the offense of it. And so I'd like you to comment upon the use and abuse of the NHTSA criteria. And I want you to do so if you would like, in light of the reminder from the Ukrainian conflict that the expenditure of munitions and missiles and such is always more than you think. And when we think about one missile from a static point going and hitting another static point, then that's where the cost of a single round versus a single round might make sense. But when you introduce the problems of targeting and passive defense and distribution, you're going to have to fire a lot of offensive things. A lot are going to miss. And you're also seeing some benefits of active defense in Ukraine. So like, as I think about the NHTSA criteria applied to the air and missile war in Ukraine, I don't think it's quite nearly so simple as just putting the dollar figure of an interceptor next to the dollar figure of a strike system.
Laura?
Just to be clear from this and the last conversation, I wasn't talking about economic costs. I really was talking about strategic costs, I think, which are the more significant, except probably in the case of a space-based missile defense, where I think that that one-to-one is so much less favorable. That's always given a pause. So I just want to make the point.
Sure. So one of the things we've perhaps overly emphasized up here is the strategic missile competition, North Korea, all of that, as opposed to conventional oriented THAADs and SM-3s and so forth in some conflict, whether it's in Europe or in West Pacific. In those situations, actually Rand's done a lot of work looking in how to make air bases function, and passive defenses make a huge difference. But you're quite right, Tom, when you, only after you add passive defenses and a bunch of other things, then defenses, active defenses, have a synergistic effect. For example, if you put up shelters for aircraft, and then you play a shell game and you only defend the ones that are occupied, all of a sudden the bad guy doesn't know which ones to shoot at. And are they going to overwhelm the defenses at each of them? Remember, I was commenting, these ballistic missiles are really expensive ways to sling ordnance. So that becomes a poor competition for them. However, as it turns out, when we do the analysis, those active defenses still are expensive. And you have to buy a lot of concrete and a lot of passive defenses before you start seeing a cost-effective benefit of adding defenses. So, well, in fairness, we're starting to do some of that in the Pacific. So perhaps there will be a place where we can use defenses. Certainly MDA's Guam initiative to defend Guam and whatnot is a step toward doing that. Exactly.
Oh,
I'm done.
no, I'm gonna say, I agree.
Good. For a change.
No, I think we actually have the Venn diagrams overlapped a lot.
A lot, yeah.
Sana, you have anything you want to add?
Just that the integration bits and pieces of IMD seem like a really big challenge to overcome. And a lot of different sets of military actors involved in that, lots of different systems, and getting all of these things to talk to each other, I think poses a quite unique challenge. Getting doctrines to match up seems difficult. Even if we're talking about more limited systems, arranging them in these ways can be tricky. And especially as there still is pull to push some of these systems on the system from the theater realm on the more strategic realm, as we see with AGs continuing and that continuing to think about them more in the strategic than in the theater realm. So.
Well, we'll end it there. So we're now going to have a brief coffee break. Then the final panel will be at 2:15. But first, a round of applause for these great panelists.
My goal is to do as little work as possible by letting each of the folks talk. Again, somewhat like as we're doing before, kind of like a congressional field hearing, we do sort of 5-minute statements and run through the list. You can see the bios from our distinguished panel on the in your program. And I think one of the things that's also, as we've tried to do with the other panels, is we have people who have very much a mix
different backgrounds and experiences. So we had industry, the U.S. sort of one of it, European perspective, historical perspective, and so forth. Here we have denizens of various random think tanks and Capitol Hill and industry. Again, a mixture of people's backgrounds. As you see from the panels, we're also trying to do kind of a past, present, future kind of look. And this is really very much, I think, future oriented. Where are we going? What are we doing with this now? Not just technologically, but also sort of politically and policy wise. But Assistant Secretary Stewart did a great job this morning, kind of laying out where we were, where we are, and where we are today. And I think a particular thing that I sort of wanted to stress is the issue of continuity. Space is one of these things that takes really a long time to do anything, and having continuity as opposed to sort of whipsawing your direction all the time is really important. Now, ballistic missile defense and missile defense generally has, of course, been subject to whipsawing. We went from perspectives during Reagan, perspectives during Clinton, perspectives during the Bush administration, and so it suffered from a bit of this changing of directions, which the other space areas like human spaceflight have also sort of suffered from. Yet we're seeing this emergence of a continuity, a bipartisan continuity, showing up or emerging, if you will. And so what I'd like this panel really to also to address as they look forward to the future, their own perspectives, is these areas of continuity and areas of change, so that in a few years, what will be different than where we are today? With that, let me just start with Jeff Lewis from the lovely area of Monterey. Why would you come here?
Thanks for bringing the great weather.
Yeah.
So you brought the weather with you?
I mean, foggy is nice,
Foggy
right?
is
Like
good.
it's like
The fog of war.
God's air conditioning.
Policy.
Yeah.
Go.
Right. 5 minutes. I'll try to make 3 points. Those 3 points are going to be as we look to the future. We are entering a period of what I think is going to be a really intense arms race with Russia and China, where our relations are heavily centered on nuclear deterrence, and that's going to change how we've talked about strategic defenses in recent years. I am a person who likes domestic politics as explanations, and so I'm going to make the argument that I think that arms race is driven mostly by the failure of the democratic transitions in those two countries. But I do think the choices we make about missile defense serve as an accelerant in what's going to be a very vigorous arms race. And then, because I'm going to try to be optimistic, I'll suggest a small but potentially important role for arms control in surviving this arms race. As you could probably tell, I am going to focus almost entirely on strategic considerations. I'm not going to talk about regional missile defenses just because I think missiles, conventional missiles especially, are ubiquitous. There are going to be lots and lots of those. We're seeing the Russians use enormous numbers of them. And people are going to build defenses against those, and that's just the way it's going to be. In terms of the current period of arms racing, I think it is really important to emphasize that nuclear deterrence is really playing, I think, an important role in Ukraine. Escalation fears have constrained a lot of things that we might want to do in the United States, particularly given how direct the assistance that we're willing to provide is. But it's also constrained the Russians in really important ways, which is why stockpiles can pile up in Poland and be immune to Russian attack. And so I think as we look toward the future, I think the future looks a lot more like the Cold War arms race than it does the relatively recent past, with the important distinction being that we'll be running a pair of these arms races, right? One with Russia and another with China. A way that this era, I think, will be different than the 1980s, which I remember so fondly as a child. In addition to being terrified, I think we actually now have technological clarity that whatever we choose to do with strategic defenses, it's not going to offer an escape from the arms race. And I think there was a lot of discussion in the 1980s where we imagined that defenses might lead to a decisive shift in the favor of defense over offense. I just think that we now have enough information to know that that's probably extremely unlikely. Just we know the costs of the existing systems that we have,
The cost of our interceptors, certainly exceed the cost of Russian space launch vehicles, which means they almost certainly exceed the cost of Russian launchers. And then you have the problem of salvo firing. So whatever cost has to be multiplied by something like 4 interceptors per incoming missile. And then you have the secondary challenge, which is that both the Russians and now the Chinese are moving to heavily MIRV forces. And so I just think as a scaling problem, we might find some reason that we think that these systems will attrite the threat we face, but we're not going to escape a nuclear deterrence relationship with either of them. So what's driving the arms race? I've already said, I think first and foremost that this has to do with the domestic political situations in the two countries, and that does not give us a lot of room for avoiding tensions. I mean, I thought it was interesting, we discussed earlier today whether or not the Strategic Defense Initiative really impacted the decisions the Soviets made. To the extent that it did or did not, I just like having Evgeny Velikov advise Mikhail Gorbachev to me seems like the much more fundamental question there, right? And so when I look at Russia and China today, whatever I'm about to say about missile defense, which will be mostly not nice, it's up to Russia and China to decide whether it's worth responding, and they ultimately get to choose how to respond. And that's mediated through their own domestic politics, their own threat perceptions, their own bureaucratic wrangling. And I think we see that they respond in different ways, even though they face, I think, a pretty comparable threat. So, I don't think we should, while I think we should talk about arms control, I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that, there are like 2 people responsible for this arms race. And one of them is named Putin and the other is named Xi Jinping. That said, I think that they make choices about their forces that respond to the incentives that we give them. And I think we see a pretty serious commitment from both Russia and China to develop forces to defeat not just the defenses we have, which I don't find all that helpful or impressive, but I think that probably for their own internal bureaucratic reasons, I think their defense industries race against the forces that they fear or maybe hope that someday we will have. And so I think that explains, Putin's menagerie of absurd science fiction weapons, right? Whether it's the nuclear armed cruise missile or, the status 6 UUV, or, honestly, even talking about sending the Sarmat over the South Pole or putting a glider on an ICBM. I think it also plays a pretty big role in China's buildup, although, the Chinese just seem to be really excited about more warheads. I mean, I think we see some little signs of research programs, certainly on things like the fractional orbital bombardment system, which I low-key love in a horrible science fiction way. But, the Chinese spent, 20 years telling us how important mobility was for survivability. And then, within a matter of 2 years, they decide actually silos are a really cheap way to get our numbers up. So instead of going with the science fiction approach, right, their domestic politics seems to have determined that their response would just be sheer numbers. There's a second piece to this, and I've gone over my 5 minutes, but I promise I will wrap here pretty quickly. I also think there is this kind of particular technical issue, which is the best way to target these systems is to go after the sensors in space. I think that's driving a lot of interest in anti-satellite weapons. And then there's a second piece of it, which is, and other people have made this argument already today, so I don't need to belabor it, but great if I have my notes in front of my face. Our missile defense systems do make nice anti-satellite weapons, right? And so it's not just us using the SM-3, the systems that Russia, China, and India have tested have all been direct descent kinetic energy ASATs that are developed on the basis of missile defense interceptors. Okay, so what's the role for arms control in all of this? I think we have gotten slightly misled by recent history. We almost have this idea that arms control is something we do with countries with whom our relations are improving, and they sort of arms control kind of consolidates the improved situation. I don't think that's right, and I would argue that that's not historical, right? If we return to arms control in the near future, it's not going to be reductions, right? reductions are over. It's going to be limitations and caps on the forces that the three of us are building. And so the way that I think about arms control, certainly the way I learned it when I was in school, and certainly the way that I think about it in the future is, it's not about reductions, it's about managing the arms races we're running, right? It's about setting limits to shape the kinds of forces that we're building, that the Chinese are building, and that the Russians are building, so that we can run it while doing so at a manageable cost and with a relatively manageable level of danger. There are probably two areas that I think we'll probably want to focus on, and I think we can leave the rest of this for the Q&A. I mean, I think the first thing is anti-satellite weapons. We have so much dependence on space systems, and that's such a crucial and vulnerable element, and particularly early warning satellites. And so I suspect as we are thinking about stability in a pretty hostile environment, we're going to want to think about how we not eliminate, but manage the threat to those systems so that we have some confidence in warning. And the second is, I think ultimately we're going to have to think about limits on our defenses, because I would argue the reason that arms control sort of petered out in the late 90s, early 2000s, sort of up to the present day, has been because we've tried to focus on one half of the equation, which is limiting offensive systems while not limiting defenses. And I just think that that doesn't work for the Russians and the Chinese, who are committed to being able to defeat our defenses. And while I understand that, politically in the past that was difficult, I think the reality now is the Russians and the Chinese are going to invest really heavily in their own defenses. So they're going to have really big forces in the same way that we are. But then they're also going to have really heavy investment in defenses. And so our forces will probably be much more symmetrical than they have been in the past 20 years. And then that will open up an opportunity for us to talk about what we think a reasonable mix of these forces might look like in the future.
Okay, cool. Sarah, you're up.
All right. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Sarah Monero. I am a space nerd, like a hardcore space nerd, and have been for a long time. Keep on trying to avoid the space community. It's like the mob, by the way, it just keeps dragging you back in, no matter how many times you walk away. And so here I am. At one point, I made very weird tactical life decisions that took me to the halls of Congress, where I worked as the Strategic Forces Staff Director on the House Armed Services under Mac Thornberry, where we did things like establish a Space Force. All right, so here we are. One of the other things that I had in my portfolio was missile defense. I also had the nuclear weapons enterprise and directed energy weapons. It's pretty much like the coolest portfolio ever, right? It's also one of the most politically charged portfolios, one of the more partisan ones on the House Armed Services Committee, which as a history has been very bipartisan. Clearly the issues surrounding nuclear weapons development and employment are important enough and legitimate enough that regardless of the fact of where you sit on that political spectrum, those issues should be debated publicly. And there should be a robust dialogue about those. And that's something that I firmly believe. And so it's something that's interesting. One of the things that Jeff talked about was, the political dynamics in Russia and China, and how they impact the development of both missile defense systems and systems that could counter our missile defenses. I would say that coming from my background, I firmly also believe that the US domestic political situation impacts programmatically where we want to go, certainly also from a policy perspective. And I'm sure that'll be something that we talk about in the context of this panel as well. I will say that even though there are very divergent opinions on that, it's missile defense is an area where I think having healthy divergence of opinions can still, quite frankly, bring together the better technical and policy solutions, and having those discussions respectfully and robustly is something that I'm here for, that Jeff's here for, and I think we'll all be better for it. I would also like to thank Scott for giving me an opportunity to talk about what missile defense looks like in the future, because I was just at Harvard 2 weeks ago and they asked me to talk about the historical perspective of space, which made me just feel old. So at least here I feel very young looking to the future. So hooray for that. A couple of trends for the future that I think are worth bearing. And again, Jeff kind of talked about these as well. The first is the integration between missile defense and space. I think you're seeing that bear out, quite frankly, in Space Force, in the development of the next gen OPIR systems, space development agencies, kind of resilient missile warning layer, where all of that works. I'm here for all that. I dig that. I think ballistic missile early warning for space has historically been a bedrock of security for the nation and will continue to be so. I worry, quite frankly, about the ground infrastructure, the data integration, the cybersecurity, and the C2 of those systems. I will tell you from an operational perspective right now, the big sexy topic is JADC2, right? Joint All-Domain Command and Control. I will tell you that every single service has their own instantiation of what JADC2 looks like. And so that just makes it sad C2. I think we got to figure out how missile warning and missile defense architectures fit into there. And I will tell you that as of today, probably the most comprehensive and operationally relevant C2 system that takes in multiple domains is C2BMC, and it is the C2 system of our ballistic missile defense, right? And if you look at how that was architected programmatically and how it's resourced, I think that will be a lesson for the future. I also tend to think that Jeff is right, that our competitors get a vote in this, and a pretty substantial vote in this. And it will be up to policymakers now and in the future to not only be well informed of where the threat is today and where it will be in the future, but how that is perceived of and how we are signaling back to them. And I think we do that, quite frankly, from at least 2 out of 3 of the branches of government, right? The executive and the legislative. I'm not here to talk judicial, let's not. And the last thing that I really think is kind of worth noting, and Jeff brought this out as well, and I expect that Tom and Dean will have much to say about this, and that is the way that we conceptualize of missile defense in the context of our own strategic deterrent capability has been something that the United States has been very kind of forward leaning on. I will tell you, partners and allies are more disparate in how they conceptualize of missile defense in the context of nuclear deterrence. Even within NATO, there are significant differences in how allies and partners believe that they interact with missile defense in the context of nuclear deterrence and what that policy framework looks like. And I think that will be interesting in the context of both regional missile defense and homeland missile defense in the future. That's enough of my blathering. I'm gonna punt it to another expert.
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. It is truly awe-striking to be addressing Rand and George Washington University, which have demonstrated their power by having China do a missile defense test within the last couple of weeks, just to make sure that this panel is relevant.
It took weeks. Man.
Rarely is power so clearly demonstrated, but yet so subtly. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Chinese views on missile defense based on the relatively limited material that is available, especially as China has been steadily reducing access to its various military publications. So let me begin by noting that the Chinese efforts and interest in missile defense needs to be seen in the context of broader PLA modernization, People's Liberation Army modernization, and in particular here, the nuclear element. Over the last several years, since 2016, when the PLA undertook the largest reform, most extensive reform in its history, we have seen first the establishment of the PLA Rocket Force, where previously it had been the 2nd Artillery, what is sometimes was termed a super branch. The PLA Rocket Force is now a full blown service alongside the PLA Navy, the PLA Air Force. And that has meant obviously bureaucratic aspects of power. Second has been the expansion of China's nuclear forces. Now we're already seeing some elements of this with the modernization and deployment of the DF-41 mobile ICBMs. But now we, of course, have seen at least 3 large ICBM fields in Western China, the deployment of the JL-2 onto the SSBN fleet. I believe that China is now believed to have conducted at least 1 full-blown deterrence patrol, and clear in Chinese interest in the development of a manned strategic bomber, the H-20. And that in and of itself is striking simply because when was the last time anyone built a manned strategic bomber? The United States has long done that for a variety of bureaucratic and other reasons, but neither Russia nor China have really focused on that leg of the nuclear triad. All of this basically suggests that at a minimum, there have been some changes in Chinese nuclear thinking, and in particular that they have very clearly moved away from what had long been a minimum deterrent, just enough ICBMs and IRBMs to make sure that the United States and Russia would lose an arm, to borrow the French concept of tearing an arm off the bear, tearing a wing off the eagle, that neither country could think about a nuclear attack on China without suffering consequences. Where do missile defense then fit into this broader nuclear development? What is interesting is that while the Chinese were interested in missile defense in the 1970s and 1960s and 70s in Project 640, like their early human spaceflight program, the lack of resources, human, monetary, financial, industrial, basically brought that to an end very early on. But since 2010, we have seen at least 6 tests of ground-based mid-course interceptor systems. And this is according to China's own reporting, January 2010, January 2013. Sometimes a July 2014 test is mentioned, February 2018, February 2021, June 2022, and now April of 2023. Now, Chinese discussions of this are notable in their brevity. The Defense Ministry announces it conducted a ground-based mid-course interception. The test was considered successful. I mean, that's literally the press release. What exactly got covered under that? Chinese writings suggest it could have been anti-SRBM, it could be anti-MRBM, something like that, or it could be part of a broader ICBM defense test. It's not quite clear. What we do see, however, in other Chinese writings is the emphasis on the idea that missile defense technology, including ground-based mid-course interception, is technologically very difficult, requires a fairly extensive expenditure of resources, not simply for the interceptor, but for the entire sensor network, warning, sufficient numbers, etc. And that therefore China's efforts in this regard are a demonstration of China's technological, financial, as well as military capacity. It's very interesting that in some ways what matters isn't necessarily have we developed a Chinese version of the Superdome, but rather that China is one of only 3 countries alongside Russia and the United States that has the resources and the political will to engage in such an effort in the first place. What this implies then is that there is going to be a need for missile early warning satellites for the Chinese to maximize the effectiveness of whatever missile defense capacity they do develop. And at least in the open source, as of a few months ago, I had not seen anything suggesting that China had fielded a missile early warning network. Let me emphasize, in the open source literature. The other interesting question, and here I'm going to channel my inner Ken Allen, is what will be the organizational structure for Chinese missile defense? Will it be in battalions, regiments, et cetera? And more importantly, which service is most likely to train and equip these forces? The PLA Air Force currently staffs all of China's strategic SAM systems for anti-aircraft purposes. But If you have an extensive space component, would that bring the PLASIF, the PLA Strategic Support Force, into this? Where does the PLA Rocket Force fit into this? Finally, just a few quick interim conclusions. Let me emphasize the first is a personal opinion. I do not believe that Chinese interest in missile defense necessarily indicates a shift to a nuclear warfighting doctrine. It is not at all clear that if China does field missile defense, that necessarily implies an interest in limited nuclear options, nuclear warfighting a la the 1980s. What happens if I drop just one warhead, 10 warheads, et cetera? Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that China is an all or nothing force. I do think that it's pretty clear that as they move away from minimal deterrence to limited deterrence, there will certainly be discussions about what that implies at a strategic level, including nuclear employment, and if you have missile defenses, where that fits in. What I do believe is most worrisome about Chinese interest in missile defense is the possibility that this will make the world safe for conventional war. A combination of an extensive Chinese nuclear force deployed across a triad plus missile defense arguably will deter, in particular American, but other nations' abilities to employ a nuclear threat in the context of a conventional conflict. Would a PRC be deterred from undertaking a conventional operation? In the 1950s, as I believe it was General Sheng Guangkai said, the United States, because it had a nuclear advantage over China, could threaten nuclear use over places like Taiwan in the first and second Taiwan Straits crisis. As Sheng questioned, would the United States still be so quick to make such threats now that China has a much more substantial nuclear force? And this is in the 1990s, 2000s. A China with an even larger nuclear force and missile defense, arguably, it's not that they have escalation dominance, but they have escalation parity. Now, can the United States credibly say, if you don't stop this invasion of Taiwan, we might consider nuclear use? Well, if limited nuclear use is held off by way of missile defense, now you're talking about, you're going to have to use a lot of nukes to be sure about striking. The other element to consider here is that as Americans, of course, we are a bunch of very egocentric folks. It's always all about us. But if you are China and you are looking from Beijing, you have other countries that you also have to worry about in terms of nuclear deterrence. So obviously the United States, but maybe not as much at the moment, Russia and India. And so an interesting other question about missile defense in the Chinese context is what implications that might have for the Sino-Indian situation and relationship. And to what extent might missile defenses, at least from a political, not military perspective, be an interesting arms sale to China's one country that arguably is truly an ally, Pakistan. Again, would the sale of 5 interceptors actually change the balance? No. Would it send a political signal not only to Pakistan, but also to India of China's interest and commitment? That's an interesting question. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Okay, Tom? Thanks, everybody. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. Hopefully this is working. Thanks to Aaron and to Scott and everybody who put on this conference. So over the course of the day, I think we've seen a little evidence that, oh, it's not working. We've seen some evidence today that, this is a subject that is really rife with a lot of baggage. And there's a fun parlor game we could play of just throwing out phrases like BMD or ASAT and seeing what kind of Rorschach test reactions people have. And one of my recurring efforts is to try to break through some of that baggage so that we can have clearer thoughts and clearer, I would say, discussions and clearer debates. And so to that end, frankly, I try to avoid certain words, but today I think I'll try to dwell on them. Words and phrases like BMD. I prefer to talk about missile defense or air and missile defense. But the phrase BMD itself is so laden with baggage. Another word is strategic. We've heard some of that just now, strategic missile attack or strategic missile defense. I'll come back to that for just a minute. Well, actually, in the interest of, I think, generating a discussion or hopefully a useful debate, I'm going to respond to some of the things that had already been said. Jeffrey began by commenting that we're not going to escape a nuclear deterrence relationship with the likes of Russia and China. I profoundly agree. We are in very much a new nuclear age with them, and maybe some other folks as well. But I always like to emphasize that it's not just about that payload. It's not just about that effect, and which is why I'm a broken record on saying that nuclear age paradigm is distorting and misleading. And it's why I emphasize so heavily that it's better to focus on the diversity and the richness of delivery systems and of both air and missile attack. And there's a lot that feeds into that, but it is the potential and the specter of non-nuclear strategic attack that I think should define the discussion much more than it does. So cyber and space feeds into that, but there is a perennial and a durable desire for kinetic kill, for standoff strike in particular. Don't take my word for it. Last week at a HASC hearing, DASD John Hill testified that, quote, missiles have become foundational to our adversary's way of war, and missile defense has become foundational to integrated deterrence and defense of our nation. Now, for that reason, missile defense is not a niche capability. It is not a niche concern. Unless he's wrong, but the assertion that missiles are central and foundational to their adversary's way of war, that really should catch our attention. And the Australian Defence Strategic Review that was released last week or this week, I think it was, says a version of this as well, that we're in a new nuclear age. And as a result of that, they go make some pretty substantial force structure changes. And they gut their army in terms of ground vehicles to go buy more long-range strike and to buy more integrated air and missile defense. Vice Admiral Grady said recently that air defense is Ukraine's top priority. Zelensky says a version of that all the time. And yesterday, I think it was that Colin Call said that fires and air defense are two of our top modernization priorities. So here, let me try to draw some space and look for some difference in the discussion here. I was struck, Jeffrey, by your comment that you distinguish strategic missile defense and strategic missile attack from regional missile attacks. And that's interesting to me. I approach it a little bit differently because I emphasize the prospect of non-nuclear strategic attack as the danger. If Guam goes away without any radiation being released, that is a strategic event. And it is the active and passive counters to that kind of a threat that I believe ought to be foremost in our mind, because it is the specter of non-nuclear strategic attack of what our adversaries think they might be able to get away with, short of incurring a nuclear response. But that's what, frankly, to me, why air and missile defense is so central. But let me come back to that comment by DASD Hill that missiles are foundational to their way of war. I would add and to ours and our adversaries increasingly, and that missile defense is therefore integral to integrated deterrence and so forth. What is a missile? A missile, literally speaking, is just that which is sent. And so it's not about a big plume. It's not about a certain trajectory. It's not about a certain flight path or cost or anything like that, or frankly, the payload. It is just that which is sent. And when we talk about the demand signal for missiles or missile adjacent delivery systems, and the Point 2 Missile Defense Review is actually very good on this by emphasizing the similarities and the richness of that air missile threat spectrum to include for the first time UAVs. Guess what? A UAV is a thing which is sent. It might loiter for a little while, but if it's used as a effect delivering system, it's essentially and logically a missile. And so one of the other things that I try to do to break the barnacles and the baggage and of the past is by deliberately avoiding things like BMD, to emphasize how much the threat has changed different from that. And everybody kind of recognizes that, but I like to say the threat has gone lower, become more endo-atmospheric, and become more maneuverable, in contrast to the ballistic missile paradigm of the past. And so I like to say in the beginning, there was air defense. And so much of our active area missile defense discussions are kind of back to the future in that respect. We put out a report, Sal Dahlgren, who's here, and I put out a report last year on hypersonic defense. Fundamentally, hypersonic missiles are missiles, okay? They just fly differently and have different thermal and aerodynamic things to contend with, but they're missiles. And so when you begin to think about that, we titled the report Complex Air Defense to accentuate the endo-atmospheric aspects of that. But you begin to escape some of the barnacles of the past, and you also begin to learn how to think about this problem differently. You know, we didn't get BMD in the first place, but that it grew out of the Nike air defense interceptors. The Patriot, you know, was an air defense thing that was rushed into ballistic missile defense duty that it wasn't made for in the first Iraq war, for instance. So I think emphasizing the commonalities and the long historical perspective and thinking every time you pose kind of a strategic or ideological or philosophical challenge to ballistic missile defense, apply it to air defense and see if it still holds up. And then ask yourself, is there's really that much difference between the two? So looking a little bit to the future, because we're supposed to be talking about the future, I'll just highlight electronic attack and the directed energy discussions. We may come back to that. I also want to commend the 22 Missile Defense Review's paradigm of missile defeat. Some in the missile defense world don't like that. They think that the missile defeat paradigm is the enemy of active missile defense. I believe it's salvation to thinking comprehensively about countering that threat. And in the interest of discussion, I'll just also table to close out here about arms control. If we do not want a nuclear arms race, and I think everybody here doesn't want that, I would suggest that we better be darn ready to have a conventional arms race, given the context that we're in. I'll stop there and open up discussion.
Outstanding. That's great. Okay, so we've had a couple of very, I think, very provocative thoughts and directions. So one of the ones I did not hear a lot about, and maybe that was sort of intentional, is could anybody comment on the nexus between space and missile defense, if you will? We've often thought about, sort of ASATs in one kind of category. We've thought about, ballistic missile defense in other, categories. And, back in the past, when we were doing sort of, SDI in some of the early days, some of the designs posited the need for thousands of space-based interceptors. And plainly, that was just silly. And that was so not really a practical outcome. Well, of course, now we have thousands of satellites potentially, running around and mass production lines and things like that. So the old objections to proliferated space-based interceptors seem to have gone away. There is this increased interest or sensitivity to space-based weapon systems, both offensive and defensive, even if direct descent ASATs are sort of off the table. Is there a way forward through these overlapping areas of ballistic missile defense, space-based intercepts, space weapons in general? Or are they still going to be treated in separate categories? We should build brilliant pebbles now debate.
Honestly, I'm a fan, but it's probably not gonna happen. But look, as the space nerd, I'll step on this grenade first. One, I think it's clear that space-based ballistic missile and just missile sensing is here and will be into the future, right? So this has been a historical thing. There's plenty of programs now that are going to be doing this from the foreseeable future. Space is an integral part of how we detect missile launches, and it starts that essential kill web to be able to defend, right? So I think that's going to happen. Space-based interceptors. I'll be honest with you, even though I'm like within striking distance of Jeffrey, I'm a fan. Why am I a fan? Because I think that it pulls interceptions to the left, right? I think that it pulls, if you can close the loop on sensing and being able to find fix and target that as far to the left as you can, I think that's better for us. And I'm in favor of programs that do that. I will tell you that the reason we don't have them now is not a technical solution. It is not that there's a technical problem that says we can't do this. This is a policy decision that has been made by multiple administrations, and it's been carried through. And quite frankly, nothing's going to change overnight. Even if you had a policy decision that said, by the way, tomorrow we wake up and we are cool with space-based interceptors. The reality of the defense production system is such that that is not going to happen overnight, right? But this is a policy discourse that I think is shifting and will continue to shift in the future, especially as you continue to see policy discourse around integrated deterrence, integrated offense, defense in the context of missile defense. And quite frankly, we have a space industrial base that is amazingly innovative and outpacing the policy and regulatory framework under which they have previously operated. And I think that that is a strength of American ingenuity and quite frankly, a strength of the nation, in that we should be applying that where we can to missile defense and our security.
I mean, yeah, I'll jump in. I mean, I'm not a fan, but I'm also not particularly worried because the launch costs, the operation costs for like what a thin defense you get. I just don't think I don't think space-based interceptors are something that we're likely to see in any kind of appreciable number. Certainly not for what I'm worried about, which is this kind of arms race driving phenomenon. The places I see it being really the most challenging is the way to target even land-based strategic missile defenses. And Tom, I'm going to insist on using that word strategic, and we can fight about that in a minute. Is that the space-based sensors make really attractive targets. They really do. And I think internally in the Chinese and the bureaucratic systems 20 years ago, when they were investing in these capabilities in a big way for the first time, that was a great bureaucratic argument for them internally. I'm not sure it is anymore. Like, I think those programs are now alive in China and Russia and self-sustaining. And so like, as much as I'd like to just, shut down the thing in Alaska, because I don't think it serves much purpose. If we shut it down, I don't think it would change their behavior at this point one bit. I think that ship has sailed. The second thing is, and I did raise this briefly, but I think it's really true, the technological overlap makes a big difference. I think that India would not have done an ASAT test if it didn't have a big interest in ballistic missile defense because they repurposed one of the systems. And so, the reason we're seeing so many direct descent ASAT weapons and the reason that the Biden administration is now arguing for a ban on destructive ASAT testing is because the fundamental technical capability proliferated in the form of, moderately capable missile defense systems. So, they're not technically separate. And so I think as a policy matter, they can't be separate either.
So the proposition that Scott, I think, put on the table of we should build Grand Pebbles debate. What I would say is, well, first of all, I believe that the technological trends are going in the direction to make it easier than it had been in the past. And I would commend a report from some of my colleagues from last year about that issue, whether it's about sensing, processing, just the nibbling away at the problem of being able to do it. It's dramatically different. When you buy seconds, you buy a lot. Frankly, the more interesting part of this to me, however, is I think we will get a version of that. It's called space-based boost phase capability. I believe we'll back into it. And I believe that the creation of the Space Force and the creation of lots of counter space capability, I don't think people have in this world have really thought through the implications of the mantra, space is a warfighting domain. Really think that through, you begin to break down some of the intellectual blockages that had been discussed as policy issues here. I believe as the Space Force and Space Command mature, we will have something like that without necessarily knowing it. And it may be revealed as opposed to developed, as it were. What do I mean by that? the more we begin to create effects, and it's not necessarily debris creating, but more we can impact and affect and, jam or do any number of interesting things to things either in space or traversing space as ballistic missiles do for a good bit of their time, there will be capabilities created to have those effects. And so it will not be the 1991 brilliant pebbles thing. This is one of my beefs with the missile defense conversation is a certain constituency keeps asking for the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. Notwithstanding the fact that the technological trends are going in that direction, I believe we will have those kinds of effects possible, but it won't look like the brilliant pebbles constellation of old.
Yeah, I mean, just to double tap that, the entire discussion, there's a really hot, sexy conversation in space policy right now. And it just pause for a minute. Just appreciate that statement. About commercial sectors, like private offerings of space protection. And at the point where you start talking about commercial offerings of private space protection on orbit, it is not a far logical leap to think about how that plays into a missile defense context or operational concept. And so Tom's right, the technological advances that are being made in similar kinds of domains and mission areas are starting to erode what hitherto has been a pretty strict and binary kind of classification. And it draws this discussion of the future to be less technologically based and more policy and perspective based.
Yeah, I think that where sort of I was going with that, I was wondering where the boundary condition or how big the gray zone is. I also don't buy that a space-based, interceptor brilliant pebble system today that would produce the Astrodome defense is a thing. Okay. But I also think that as we develop both offensive and defensive countermeasures for satellite systems, survivability and resilience require self-defense. And we will back into that need. And maybe not with debris creating systems, but other ways of systems to defend themselves from stalker satellites or other things, coming around. Will be that implication. And so that in turn will create capabilities that others might either overestimate or think have more of a capability than not. So how big is that gap? Again, I don't think we're going to get the Astrodome defense, and I don't think there's any worries one way or the other sort of about that. But certainly space as a warfighting domain is an implication. And so I'm getting, by simply being able to ensure resilience and survivability and do all those good things that are good for stability, I'm going to get capabilities that are going to start to look and smell like things that the policy community has rejected in the past and we'll have to rethink again.
Oh, see, I think space is offense dominant. And that for me, just the nature of orbit, where it costs so much to get up into orbit, where you have to carry everything with you, right? So you have to anticipate whatever attacks you are going to face, and you have such a limited ability to maneuver. It really seems to me that whatever constellations we put it up, and however we imagine resiliency, that's always going to be measured against a sort of imagined attack profile. And it's just much cheaper on the ground to change your attack plan. So it has always seemed to me that because of the nature of orbit, it is an offense dominant situation. And so I guess I am just much more bearish than other people on the panel, that in a situation where people are like, I really want to eliminate space assets, I think that's what ends up happening. Which is, not a surprise, because I'm also offense dominant when it comes to nuclear deterrence. Right? I fundamentally think if the Russians want to kill the vast majority of people in this country, they are going to be able to achieve that, just as we will be able to do that there. So, whatever. I had Tom Schelling on my committee. I'm an offense dominant deterrence guy.
Well, let me come on this issue of policy discussion. Maybe I'll put Sarah on the spot sort of again. Why didn't we put Why wasn't the Missile Defense Agency put inside the US Space Force?
Oh, man. So like 5 minutes before this panel, I texted a friend on Congress who works on committee on missile defense. It's like, what should I absolutely stay away from? She's like, oh, please don't talk about missile defense and going into Space Force.
Probably the same friend texted
Thanks
me.
for that. You're going to get some Christmas cards about this, I know. Look, there was a discussion, I think yesterday, and there were some press articles about, how space should go into the Missile Defense Agency. I will tell you, I love the Missile Defense Agency. And I was there for the creation of Space Force. I do not think they should be combined for a couple of reasons. One, I think Missile Defense Agency is still figuring out like what the heck, how it functions within R&E and ANS, and anybody who works in the Department of Defense with that organization will understand the blood, sweat, and tears that goes into making that function every day. If you don't, count yourself lucky. But at the end of the day, Missile Defense Agency was, established and has very kind of unique acquisition authorities and responsibilities. They go through their requirements generation process slightly differently with, quite frankly, a really robust process of talking to the actual warfighters to figure out what programmatically needs to happen. They were established because they needed to go from zero to an actual capability in a record amount of time, and understood that they needed to break every single mold of acquisition mold making that there was, processes that there were to get there. I think the Space Force is fundamentally in a different place. They've got $30 billion this year. I think Missile Defense Agency is what, 11 billion that they're working with. I think that there's building a lot of connective tissue, specifically in the missile defense and the missile warning area between the two organizations. I tend not to believe that the missile defense acquisition authorities scale appropriately to the Space Force.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah about concerns about that. That's why, Mark, I threw it to you on the last panel. What's the problem you're trying to solve? This is the question I posed you, and you point out that that's why you kept it there, or kept it where it is. And I think it would create additional problems, most specifically the parts of the BMDS or MDS that are not exoatmospheric. To what extent is the Space Force going to be able to interface with Dahlgren and the Navy about the Aegis system? Is that really going to be an improvement, right? Is that really going to help things? And then furthermore, I believe it would likely result, or at least encourage, the desire to lop off most, which is to say, most of the MDS, Aegis, THAAD, et cetera, to lop it off and say, well, it's not about space, so we're just going to transfer it to the Army and the Navy, and then those things will, then you'll be dividing, instead of a national missile defense centric acquisition agency, you will have it divided to the winds, which is the whole thing that SDIO was stood up to do, is to pull it, all these little programs from all these little services, pull them under one roof. And so to connect that with the previous panel's discussion of, I think several people said this, what is it? Why isn't MDA doing more of the RDT&E stuff? They're doing all this procurement and to some extent sustainment curious kinds of activities. I would suggest that there is a psychological ceiling here, that the Missile Defense Agency in inflation adjusted dollars only has about $10 billion, 10, 11, something like that. But if you continue to do the same level of effort for RDT&E, and by the way, you do all the procurement and the sustainment, it's going to go up. That's not bureaucratic growth. That's a reflection of the fact, as DASD John Hill said, missiles are foundational to our adversary's way of war. So of course, you're going to have more desire in long range fires for our offensive stuff, and you're going to have more demand signal among the active and passive counters as well. I would, however, say that the connectivity between the missile defense mission and possibly missile defense acquisition might be usefully connected more with Space Command. And in fact, the new unified command plan that just came out or is about to come out will put missile defense under Space Command in a way that it hasn't been in the past.
Yeah, and so I think the interesting thing here that a lot of people struggle with is the difference between Space Force, Space Command, the Missile Defense Agency. And so what Tom just brought out is, again, the operational requirements and the actual users, talking between Missile Defense Agency and Space Command, and then how that is different from the acquisition, OT&E, organized, train, and equip functions of the Space Force. And I think that is a complex network of relationships, both administratively and operationally, that bears not messing with right now. I think there's probably more harm than good in trying to force that through the system right now. As somebody who wept and bled through the establishment of Space Force, I think I will tell you that these kinds of discussions and considerations were had previously. And it was the belief of people then, and quite frankly, people that are still there now, that that these organizations should be separate.
And for the record, I didn't lobby you to put MDA inside the Space Force.
I tried to.
You wouldn't
flesh
have
all
listened
that.
to me anyway.
That's true. That's true.
Let me go and ask a question. Dean, you talked about different roles of sort of the PLA, and it got me thinking, does the theater commanders in the reorganized PLA have a role in ballistic missile defense, or is that handled at a higher level? How, if I think about how China doesn't have its own version of Goldwater Nichols, but it does have the sort of a theater sort of command, kind of structure. And what are the implications for our regional allies, particularly Japan, in thinking about missile defenses, for themselves as they're looking at what China is doing? So the interaction between those kind of organizations.
Well, let me first note that perhaps one of the greatest successes we have had is getting China to reorganize its military so that their services now organize, train, and equip, but are separate from their warfighters. I'm not sure that that necessarily is going to work particularly well for them. I sometimes wonder how well it's worked for us. Listening to this conversation up here, I only redoubles my question. It's a great question. I don't know that we have very definitive stuff on. So going back to who first off has responsibility for missile defense, whichever service is going to be mostly responsible for that, all of them are represented at the theater commands. And that's very important because the theater commands are the wartime command and control structure for the PLA. Up until 2015, day-to-day activities were run by military regions, which were openly acknowledged to be peacetime organizations only. In time of crisis, they would transition to a wartime command structure, but exactly what that would look like wasn't always very clear. So beginning in 2016, the theater commands were stood up as wartime C2, C4 structures. The people who would work in them do it full time. They know who their PLA, SSF, naval, ground force counterparts are. So whoever is in charge of planning for missile defense is working alongside their air and naval counterparts, who are probably going to have some interesting responsibilities, because it's not simply going to be space-based sensors that they're going to go after. They are going to cyber, they are going to attack launch facilities, they are going to go after the full kill chain of incoming missiles to facilitate missile defense. I mean, truly, I think in this regard, the Chinese think of missile defense, not necessarily simply ballistic missile defense, but defense of China and its key interests. What should our allies think of all this? One, broadly speaking, the challenge is only going to be greater. That as the Chinese increasingly focus on joint operations, both offensive and defensive, what that means is, one, if you are the Japanese defense agency, defense ministry, you are going to have to think about a wide range of likely attacks, which will include cyber, missile, air and sea, et cetera. And conversely, whatever response you are going to give should probably not be assumed to be stovepiped into a, oh, well, that will only be a missile defense problem. And so they'll be trying to intercept. I think the bigger challenge for us is that while Dasby Hill was talking about how our adversaries have made missiles an integral part of their offense, we have not. And too often it seems, well, that's simple. We should build our version of the DF-21 or 26, wheel out Pershing 3s or something like that, and we'll get the Chinese to be worried. And it's like, well, first off, China's a unitary actor. Are we so sure our allies will host Pershing 3s and the like? I would simply throw out Duterte, former head of the Philippines, who really didn't like us very much. So I'm not somebody who would assume, oh, of course, the Philippines, they'll host and they'll be happy to watch American-fired ballistic missiles heading inland for China. Aces, dude, you go. Really? Is that because I don't think President Duterte was going to think that way. And maybe the current President Marcos might, maybe not. The controversies in South Korea over simply cooperating with Japan. So I think the bigger issue isn't so much the Japanese or the Filipinos or the Thais per se, because I think they have their own way of thinking about China. It is our assumption that our allies will happily host weapons that are going to be targeting mainland China. And we would simply be given a green light in time of crisis. That the Philippines is essentially going to say, we side with Taiwan, and Thailand will say, we side with Taiwan because we're prepared to allow the United States to strike China in defense of Taiwan.
All right, I have to come after this. So what is, I think, really just being discussed here is about operational concepts of distribution and the utility of especially surface-based fires. 100% agree, we are not as nearly projectile-centric. We spend all of our money on platforms. And look out for another CSIS report coming out talking about the ways and many ways in which that is true. But that is changing. That is changing. And the aspect of missiles and munitions that since 2016 we have been spending money on is exactly on the standoff front. And so agreement there. But then the observation that, well, if we don't have SOFA agreements and all this, I'm just throwing that out there. If we don't have all these nice agreements put in place and lots of concrete Okinawas built and all that kind of stuff, then we couldn't possibly do this ground-based fires. And I would suggest that we cannot and should not, and I do not believe we are relying upon that kind of business as usual approach to basing these things. So for instance, the Marines are acquiring Tomahawk. So by the way, are Japan and Australia, which is beautiful to me. I think it's one of the single most important FMS sales that's going forward. The number of Tomahawk operators in the world will go from 2 to 4. That's fantastic. And I believe that and you're seeing this, by the way, in Ukraine in terms of dispersal and distribution, and those terms which have been in circulation among the several service concepts in redevelopment over the past several years, distributed operations for the Navy and the Army, for instance. There are a lot of islands in the Pacific. And in World War II, we didn't stop and make SOFA agreements every time we needed to go island hopping. And I believe that if we do this right, we will have the prospect of dispersed, somebody said the word shell game on the past panel, for instance, that China will not know where these things are or coming from. And whether it be the Philippines, and by the way, we just conducted a Patriot missile test in the Philippines, very good aspects there, and a couple of basing agreements with the Philippines being developed. So I think if we put in place some contingency, and I believe the diplomacy for the contingency basing is already underway, and I think that's very positive. But as things get worse and worse with China over the next couple of years, I think you're going to see allies getting a little more twitchy and a little bit more realizing that they might need to and want to be open to those kinds of things. And it won't be the Okinawa politics of the past.
Right, a reply?
So pistols at dawn. No, I think that one of the interesting things, particularly for this panel, is if the US were to offer expeditionary missile defense, I think that would be welcomed. I think that you would see a lot of countries, even fence sitters, who would say, I like that. I like the idea that my capital, my military bases will be protected just in case the Chinese want to rattle some sabers at me. But the whole shell game aspect and contingency planning, et cetera, Ukraine can think about shell games because Ukraine is a rather physically large country and the shell game is within Ukraine. If you said, oh, and we'll put missiles in Poland, which will fire into Russia, I think the Poles might politely want a voice on that. And the same applies here with regards to Asian countries and offensive missiles, which is to say, it's one thing in peacetime and in an exercise to, well, look, I can deploy a firing battery off to wherever. And again, country by country, it varies. What is Japan willing to do is probably very different from what Vietnam is willing to do. But Vietnam would be a classic example of a country whose relations with China fits the Facebook profile. It's complicated. And in that regard, you know, do we really think that Vietnam is going to, in a crisis, say, come on in? Or even that the Philippines, whatever the contingency agreement was in peacetime, is going to say, yes, you may fire missiles, whether the Chinese find them or not. That's a whole separate issue of how good do we think a China that has invested extensively, has ethnic ties, and lots of people might be able to do in terms of intelligence coverage of these places. Color me skeptical about their willingness to have missiles actually fire in crisis.
Sarah is chafing.
I just think that there's an important distinction to be made here that we haven't really talked about in the context of, you know, partners and allies and their views on integrated air and missile defense when it comes to China and when it comes to like a North Korea, right? And so in an area where you have historically seen movement towards trilateral cooperation and intel sharing between the US, Korea, and Japan on North Korea and on addressing North Korean missiles. I think that this discussion is just a little bit more complex given the distinction between regional and kind of strategic missiles and missile defense and the actors that are implied there.
And so I'm intentionally cutting into closing remarks and not having them because I find this discussion very useful. But I wanted to toss to Jeff and talk about your preference for offensive, sort of balance on this. And so the alliance relationships, how they might change, given the perception about offensive sort of dominance, but as new technology comes in, does your thinking change any on this or more of the same?
Well, there's a sense in which I think the way that we're approaching this problem, I would argue is missing the point. And it comes down to this idea I have that I think it is conceptually important to distinguish what I would call regional missile defenses from strategic ones. And so I'll just take Tom's point head on and then explain why I think it answers your question about extended deterrence. And that's, imagine the supplies that are piling up in Poland. Right? Russia has every incentive to strike those supplies because those supplies are causing them to lose the war in Ukraine. When I talk about regional missile defense, which is fine, I like it. At some level, it's irrelevant to the thing that I am interested in because you can put as many THAAD and Patriot batteries around those supplies as you want, and you can protect them as well as you want, but that is not going to deter the Russians from attacking those supplies. What protects those supplies, right, is our offensive nuclear capability, our ability to convince the Russians that if this escalates to a direct war, then we are engaged in a nuclear war. And the reason I think it is then important to distinguish strategic missile defenses is that there was an idea, and this is why Reagan said make nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete, is that we could sort of build our way out of the problem. And so that has, I think, really important implications for both the way we think about deterrence for ourselves and the way we extend that deterrence to allies. And then you see it, I think, here very specifically in Poland. And so, it is in a way my closing remark in that I think when we look at this problem, if you believe, as I do, that we are about to run two very intense arms races with Russia and China, we have a really interesting question about whether strategic defenses that will allow us to get out of what it will be two mutual deterrence relationships are going to be worth the investment. Right? And I am extremely skeptical that they offer an escape. And so then we have a sort of secondary question of, then maybe we should consider limiting those forces so that we can free those resources up for other things. And, you know, Lord knows I'd love some regional missile defenses, but also so that we can structure our forces so that they are stable, so that we have lower escalation risks, given that not only will we be arms racing with Russia and China, we are likely to continue to find ourselves in these kinds of proxy wars.
Very good. And now seeing that I'm over time with this, but I enjoyed doing it. I hope you did too. I'll invite people to come up and talk to our panelists afterwards. But with that, I'd like to just really offer a round of thanks and thank you all for hanging in today.